morning. I'm David Ferriero, the Archivist of the United States, and it's a pleasure to welcome you this morning to the National Archives in the culminating event of our series of national conversations. In 2014, I attended a Civil Rights Summit at the LBJ Presidential Library to mark the 50th anniversary of the Civil Rights Act of 1964. The summit brought 4 U.S. presidents, civil rights leaders, scholars, and activists together to discuss the future of civil rights advocacy in America. One of the biggest things to come out of the conference for me was the realization that there is so much more to say about rights and justice 52 years after the signing of the Civil Rights Act. And the idea for the National Conversations was born out of this need to continue these crucial discussions. As a federal agency, the National Archives is responsible for the Charters of Freedom, the Declaration of Independence, the Constitution, and the Bill of Rights, and for the collection and protection of 13 billion other records that tell the American story and its continued challenges and its successes towards creating a more perfect union. We've chosen the 225th anniversary of the ratification of the Bill of Rights to feature an exhibit, Amending America, in the Lawrence F. O'Brien Gallery upstairs. As the permanent home of the Bill of Rights, no institution is better poised than the National Archives to not only celebrate the anniversary of this extraordinary document, but also explore its meaning for civil rights today. We wanted to use this moment to engage Americans in conversations about complicated issues such as class, gender, politics, race, religion, and sexual orientation through the national conversations. The content of the discussions build on the National Archives holdings, connecting key foundational documents to the challenges before us. But our larger goal was more ambitious, to advance discussion of these critical issues in communities across the nation and to bring to the forefront challenges to rights and justice that persist 225 years after the ratification of the Bill of Rights. Over the past year, several National Archives, like locations across the country, as well as other cultural institutions, have hosted the National Conversations. Our first one, concerning civil rights and individual freedom, was held at the Jimmy Carter Library in Atlanta in May. Subsequent conversations concerning LGBTQ, human and civil rights, women's rights and gender equality, immigration barriers and access, and educational access and equity were held in Chicago, New York City, Los Angeles, and Dallas. And now we're here at the National Archives building for our final event, Building a More Perfect Union, an event which will bring all of these conversations together. I want to express our gratitude to our partner, the National Archives Foundation, for supporting this series, and a big thanks goes out to our lead sponsor for the Amending America initiative, AT&T, as well as the Ford Foundation and Seedlings Foundation for their belief in and support of the National Conversations. And now it's my pleasure to introduce the Executive Director of the National Archives Foundation, Patrick Madden.
Good morning. Thank you, David. Allowed me to add my welcome to those of you here at the McGowan Theater and those tuning in online for this important series of discussions today. The National Archives Foundation is the private partner to the National Archives. We provide creative and financial support to the many public outreach endeavors of the archives. The last 2 years, we've championed rights and justice throughout a special exhibition here in DC, traveling exhibition, a classroom and library exhibit, pop-up exhibits that made it to all 50 states, and over 8.5 million people saw that, and the many education and public programs here, such as these conversations. It's fair to say that the Bill of Rights has been trending for about 2 years, thanks to us. Many people have worked tirelessly to make this happen, especially the Archives exhibition, design, education, and program staff under David's leadership, and my staff at the National Archives Foundation. And a special tip of my hat to Alelia Bundles, our board chair, who not only moderated a great panel last night, but is always there when we call her. Sometimes we call her a couple times a day. So we appreciate all the wisdom that she brings to the Archives Foundation. While the staff may seem invisible to you, they are invaluable to making so much of this happen, so I want to thank them personally. And of course, none of these efforts would be possible without our partners. especially the sponsors of Amending America and these conversations, the Ford Foundation, Seedlings Foundation, and AT&T. We're so proud of what the Archives has done and accomplished with this dialogue, and we look forward to your contribution today, both here in the theater and online, which reminds me, for those of you online, if you want to send your question in for our speakers, please use #RightsAndJustice, and we'll be feeding those questions to the moderators throughout the day. Now to offer some welcome remarks from our lead sponsor, AT&T. Please welcome Regional Director for External and Legislative Affairs, Latara Harris.
Good morning, everyone. Really excited to be here. Was here last night, had a fabulous dialogue going on right here on this stage around civil rights, and truly was an enriching conversation. And today I'm sure you're in for just as much of an enriching conversation. So again, I wanted to say good morning. It's a pleasure to join you all in the archives, the National Archives. It's amazing. This is a building of so much history that happened right here. I keep thinking about the people that crossed this stage, that walked through this theater, and we are all a part of that whole transition as well. So again, it's a pleasure to be with you. I'd like to begin by saying thank you on behalf of AT&T and our employees for allowing us to be a part of the Archives Amending America initiative. Over the past year, pioneers and thought leaders in the areas of civil rights, LGBTQ issues, gender equality, immigration, and education have gathered in cities across the country, as you've heard earlier, to discuss the progress that has been made, the work that remains, and our collective responsibilities to our fellow countrymen. AT&T's more than 141-year history has evolved alongside the movements and the history of our country, from the civil rights movement to the feminist movement to marriage equality and other milestones in our nation's history. AT&T's story is about innovation and people. Our story of innovation has helped power social change in communities across America, and we look forward to another century of both observing and being a part of these movements. Briefly, we would like to draw your attention to our company's history of leadership in the support of diversity. AT&T's 50-state workforce is more than 32% female and 43% people of color. Our management is 35% female and 37% people of color. We are a proud member of the $1 Billion Roundtable, a supplier diversity think tank of corporations that spend more than $1 billion annually with diverse companies. AT&T also founded one of the country's first employee resource groups. Now we have 12 ERGs with more than 136,000 members focused on professional and personal development, supporting diverse communities, and driving the success of our business. We are truly proud of our company's leadership and our country's progress on these issues. AT&T proud, that is. Today we gather with other leaders from across the country to discuss some of the most critical issues America faces today: national security, personal responsibility, education, and democracy. We will hear from Paul Rosenzweig, formerly of the Department of Homeland Security, Peter Bonilla of the Foundation for Individual Rights and Education, Daniel McGrath from the U.S. Department of Education, David Azarad from the Heritage Foundation, Susan Herman of the American Civil Liberties Union, William Cohen, and Ambassador John Negroponte. Every day, these men and women work to make our country a better place for all its people, a truly noble undertaking. I want to say thank you again on behalf of AT&T. There are no better people to be having this conversation with today. So thank you very much and enjoy this amazing conversation.
And now we're going to view the introductory film featuring Congressman John Lewis, narrated by Cokie Roberts, entitled Amending America.
The Constitution is a living document. It is not static. As citizens, we need to make it real, not just for some of us, but for all of us. The phrase "with liberty and justice for all" mean all. We're one people. We're one family. We're the American family.
The discovery of an individual's liberty is one of the foundational values of being an American citizen. America has been struggling to define the rights and justices associated with that liberty since the creation of its Constitution. From this struggle evolved the monumental Bill of Rights and 17 more amendments to define and protect our liberties. Over time, the amendment process has been tested by a nation whose national sense of liberty, equality, and the inclusion of all citizens evolved with turbulence and struggle.
When we were planning the March on Washington in August of 1963, I would hear Dr. King say things like, "We must learn to live together as brothers and sisters. If not, we will perish as fools."
Freedom, true freedom, is not given by governments. Freedom is taken by the people. The people of America are becoming aware that this freedom to their fellow human beings, and I call them human rights, are theirs to give.
The issues that compel America to continue to define equality and fairness, I think it's innate. I really believe that it's in our soul, that we believe in freedom, freedom of the individual. We believe that humans have a right to peacefully coexist with fellow human beings.
So there are two monumental statues on the Pennsylvania Avenue side of the National Archives building. One inscribed, "Study the past," the other, "What is past is prologue." The message is, we should be able to learn from our history so that we're not repeating the same mistakes over and over. And the role of the National Archives is to ensure that people have access to the records that demonstrate how those rights were achieved so that we can learn from those records.
With over 11,000 proposed amendments to the Constitution, and only 27 of those actually ratified, our pursuit of rights and justice continues to be a vibrant part of our democracy. It's up to every generation of Americans to own our democracy and continue this national dialogue of defining our personal liberties.
It is very, very important for all of us as citizens, for all of us as one people, to take ownership of our system of justice. This is our democracy. It belongs to all of us. We must talk about it. We must debate it. We have to continue to fight every single day. If we do not, we will go backward. We don't want to go backward. We want to go forward and complete our effort to create a more perfect union.
So we have been joined by Alilia Bundles, who is the chair of the National Archives Foundation. Throughout American history, achieving a balance between freedom and national security has always been a challenge, perhaps even more today as the concept of terrorism changes, and with terrorism as a headline on an all too frequent basis. Our next panel will discuss the current state of terrorism, what form it takes in 2017 and beyond, and what has been done to protect us and what civil liberties are possibly sacrificed in the effort to make us safe. Our moderator this morning is Ray Suarez. He's had a 40-year career in print, radio, and television news. He was most recently the host of the daily news program Inside Story on Al Jazeera America. Before that, Suarez was chief national correspondent for the PBS NewsHour. He came to PBS from NPR, where he was the host of Talk of the Nation. He's the author of Latino Americans, the 500-Year Legacy That Shaped a Nation. Suarez's journalism has been recognized with 2 DuPont Columbia Silver Batons, the National Council of La Raza's Ruben Salazar Award, and UCLA's Public Policy Leadership Award for his reporting on urban America. This fall, he will become the John J. McCloy Visiting Professor of American Studies at Amherst College. Please welcome Ray Suarez and the panel.
It would be hard to think of a more important conversation to have here in the institution dedicated to preserving the national memory. What's to be known? What's to be remembered? Are there limits to what the government can, should, must know about you, what you say, who you say it to? Can everything be captured and examined, as long as we assure you it's for your own good? Does anyone even need to demonstrate that it's for your own good, that it works, in order to be able to look over your shoulder, in order for governments to have that power? Are you reassured by the occasional pushback? For instance, when total information awareness became public in 2003 and was defunded after significant public backlash? Or are you quietly convinced that the power of the machines, the realm of the knowable, the continuing fear of terrorism make TIA almost quaint 14 years later in 2017? Do you have the right to expect not to be watched? Do you have the right to be left alone? Is it even possible to be left alone in 2017 when just about everything has moved online and members of the public are willingly surrendering information daily over phones, tablets, laptops? If you want to protect yourself, if you want to maintain your privacy in 2017, is it even possible? We'll be taking your questions later in the session from the microphones in the side aisles, and I'll be reminding you of that again later. But in the meantime, be thinking of your fabulous, sharp, cogent, non-speechy questions. And we'll begin with a discussion of the issues raised by the growth of the security state and the sheer power of technology to watch, and the game of catch-up being played by our legislatures and courts. If you want to live tweet the session, tipping off all your followers as to your location, incidentally, but we can talk about that later. The handle here is at USNat Archives, or at Archives FDN, like Foundation. And the hashtag, as was mentioned before, is Rights and Justice. And if you care, I'm at Ray Suarez News. As was just mentioned, I'm joined by Jennifer Daskal, the far end of the stage of American University's Washington College of Law. In the center is Paul Rosenzweig, former Deputy Assistant Secretary for Policy at the Department of Homeland Security, and Amy Stepanovich, U.S. Policy Manager at Access Now. And let's begin. Paul Rosenzweig, what happened after 9/11? The world was already in rapid change throughout the 1990s, but should we assume that the attack on the United States kicked everything into a higher gear, both legally and technologically?
Well, I think we should start with the assumption that it changed things in practice, both from the reality of what is happening on the ground. One need only look at 3 attacks in London in the last, couple weeks to see that, and also, perhaps more significantly, in our perception of the threat stream and the nature of the world around us. It may very well have been overblown by panic at the time, but there was a very clear reality of a sense within the U.S. Citizenry of a change in circumstance. I mean, a true story from the era really involves the beginnings of the Transportation Security Administration, the TSA. If you've flown, you've gone through TSA since 9/11, and if you're like every other American, you haven't really enjoyed the experience very much at all. But we forget that the generation, the impetus for the creation of the TSA was as much the fact that people were not willing to fly. The airline industry, a multi-billion-dollar industry, quite literally was on its last legs. Delta, I believe, was within like 2 weeks of running out of money and actually closing. And you know, so part of this was a response not to just the reality of some of the threat, but also a perception change. So what did that mean legally? Well, clearly, in response to either the reality or the perception, you can choose your frame of reference. Our Congress got quite busy passing a host of changes in law. You know, the most notable of them was the USA Patriot Act, which has become, I think, a metaphor for a broader series of changes in law that have attended all sorts of foreign surveillance and domestic surveillance laws, but people use the Patriot Act as a name check for all of those things, followed as well by a series of executive actions that were within the bounds of the discretion of the executive branch, where it changed its prioritization, changed its resource allocation. I love the metaphor that General Michael Hayden uses to describe his own personal response. General Hayden was, at the time, one of our top intelligence officials. And the way he says it is that on September 10th, the intelligence agencies of the United States tried to step back from whatever that line is between lawful and unlawful behavior. And they thought they knew where that line was, and they were purposely giving it a lot of space. And again, you can agree with his self-characterization or not, but that's how he described it. And he says, on September 12th, we decided to start playing to the edge. I've heard him say, I wanted to get chalk on my cleats. I wanted to do everything that was lawfully within my power to protect America, even if it meant getting chalk on the cleats. And I did not want to go over the line, he would say, but I wanted to come a lot closer to it. So that describes not a change in law, and not even a change in threat perception, but a change in how the executive branch deployed resources and thought of itself.
That's a great place for me to move on to Amy Stepanovich, because your organization, Access Now, works to protect digital users around the world. In the out years, from those first terrible days after the terrorist attack, has the United States calibrated its response more closely to the level of threat, with more consciousness of protecting individual rights? Where are the battlefronts right now? Where's the tension between those who would have everything vacuumed up and those who want to show more discretion?
Sure, and I think, Paul starts with the post 9/11, but we're not only in a post 9/11 world anymore, we're in a post Snowden world, which is a significantly different world even from the one that we knew for the years between. I think the analogy with the line is really interesting, because I would argue that a lot of people don't even know where that line is. And technology has had a lot to do with that. The laws that govern surveillance in the United States, or not laws, as it were, are confusing, they're difficult, they're contrived in some ways. And so it's really, really difficult to figure out what intelligence agencies are able to do. particularly to the point where the public can engage in a conversation, a meaningful conversation on that. I think we're in a part now where there are multiple fronts. You asked where the lines are being drawn. I think there are multiple fronts in this discussion on surveillance and rights. And I would divide them generally into two categories. One is repeating conversations that have continued to come up post 9/11, and the other is new fronts and new and emerging conversations. And in the first one, I'd put still the USA Patriot Act. We have put in place some limitations in the last couple years on the Patriot Act and on some of the authorities that it granted to the intelligence agencies. The intelligence agencies have been in favor of some of those limitations because it gave them more of the information they needed and less of everybody else's information, which is generally, I think, a good thing. Congress, on the other hand, has already introduced legislation to remove those limitations, and they're considering that legislation right now. Another thing is encryption, the ability for people to protect their information. That is an active conversation happening right now. Intelligence agencies like the FBI want people to be able to protect their data, but only so much, because they still need to get access to it when they have legal process and authority to get access to that. And then there are the new conversations, things like government hacking, conversations that are quite novel for authorities that are being exercised, but arguably have never been authorized. Because Congress has never passed a law allowing government hacking. Intelligence agencies have wedged that activity into pre-existing authorities. And so there's that piece to this as well. And so there are multiple different fronts, which means that the conversation and the people involved in it are very, very stretched in order to keep up with it. And at the same time, because of this ambiguity and this complicatedness of the law, the public has had a very difficult time weighing in any meaningful fashion. And the intelligence agencies want it to stay that way because to an extent, people not knowing what they're able to do allows them to do it more and potentially better.
Well, Professor Daskal, given everything that's just been said, I'm curious about whether this is a tendency, a syndrome that only moves in one direction, toward more. Once governments and industry gain the kind of power that's possible, and explain it, justify it to the public around security, safety, anti-terrorism, crime fighting, is there ever an end to the emergency that gives them rise? A time when the public can claw back some of the anonymity that it might prefer to have?
So thanks. So I think the answer to this, I will go back to 9/11 for a minute to answer that question, because I think you do see in the aftermath, we definitely saw in the aftermath of the terrorist attack, a real, in the language of General Hayden, a real chalk getting on the cleats. And sometimes one might say the cleats might have passed that line. And you saw a reaction. You saw a reaction in the courts. You saw a reaction from Congress. And you saw a reaction in further executive branch actions. So moving away from surveillance for a second, but if you look at some of the responses with respect to the use of torture and the creation of CI detention sites, there's now legislation that prohibits the U.S. from, at least with individuals in their custody and control, from subjecting them to those types of abusive interrogation techniques. You saw the previous administration pass an executive order prohibiting the use of torture. I will note that there was a very concerning report that came out this morning that suggests that Yemen, in connection with the UAE, is involved in the secret detention and abuse of a large number of terrorism suspects associated with Al-Qaeda and Al-Qaeda in the Arabian Peninsula, and that there's some indication, at least in this report, that U.S. has been either sending questions or perhaps even interrogating detainees who have been subjected to this torture. That also raises concerns. It's not addressed specifically by the legislation that passed. We can't outsource what we can't do ourselves. That does not satisfy, I think, basic moral, ethical, practical considerations. So number one, we saw pushback on torture. We saw pushback with respect to a lot of aspects of the Guantanamo detentions. For a long time, the executive said, detainees there can't have access to lawyers, they can't have access to courts. The Supreme Court said, no, actually that's not true. They do have what's known as habeas rights. They can bring challenges, challenging the legality of their detention. We have not seen a single detainee brought to Guantanamo since 2007. Now, this administration says that they would like to begin bringing more detainees to Guantanamo. It hasn't happened yet, and I will note that there have been several terrorism-related indictments in federal courts in the United States since January of this year when this administration took over, suggesting that maybe there's a distinction between the rhetoric and what's actually going to happen. At least I'm hopeful that's the case because there's a good reason why the presidential candidates from both parties once said that they wanted to close Guantanamo. And so there's a whole host of other things. I think post-Snowden you saw a real shift in the debate about surveillance. You're starting to see right now a discussion about the renewal of a very important surveillance program known as 702 surveillance. This is the program that targets foreigners overseas, but in the course of targeting foreigners overseas, it sweeps in a lot of other persons' communications, including a lot of Americans' communications. This particular authority is up for renewal in December of this year, and I think there's going to be a real active and robust debate about what this renewal looks like in a way that certainly wouldn't have happened pre-Snowden and probably wouldn't have happened absent some recent developments as well.
Before we move on, Snowden's come up twice now. We should, just for my own clarification, what has changed post-Snowden? I've heard, and I continue to hear, calls for his permanent jailing and very aggressive prosecution, and in American discourse, references to him as a kind of hero. Which post-Snowden change am I paying attention to here?
So I think I kind of want to step away from this question, is he a traitor, is he a hero? I think that's not a helpful
No, but they reflect where people are at about what he did.
So I think the facts are that as a result of the Snowden disclosures, we know a lot more about what the intelligence agencies did than we did before. It's pushed the intelligence agencies to be a lot more transparent now than they used to be. And Americans and Europeans and other countries are also actively engaged in a way that they didn't used to be with respect to the United States, and there's a lot of pressure from other governments as well on the United States, rightly or wrongly. We can debate that, to change certain practices.
Paul Rosenzweig, you wanted to jump in?
Well, I just wanted to circle back to your question about pushback. And, I think Jen is describing it right, but I think it's useful, particularly here in the archives, the nation's memory, to know that we've done this before. Professor Jeff Stone of Chicago has a useful metaphor about the pendulum swinging back and forth. The very first and most intrusive action of government was the Alien and Sedition Acts of the late 1700s. Those got a pushback. You can tell a story that includes everything from the Palmer raids of World War I to Korematsu, which was in the video, which was the internment of the Japanese, to CIA abuses in the 1970s. We always react to threats like the Japanese bombing of Pearl Harbor with this kind of panic that drives a legal regime, and then we reset the balance, and then sometimes we maybe even reset it too much and disempower government. Some of the people in the intelligence community would say that the post-CIA reforms so badly hampered them that was a contributing factor to some of our vulnerability. Again, a fact not necessarily proven, but we do have this image of too much coming back to center, going too much the other way, coming back to center, going the other way. I perceive 9/11 as a very destabilizing push in one direction, and as Jen has described, the pendulum is beginning to come back, and whether it comes back all the way to center, whether it goes too far, whether it stops and goes back the other way, that's a story that's yet to be told.
Amy Stepanovich, I really want to be careful about not having this conversation as if the technical possibilities stand still while we change how we think about them. When they're constantly in flux, the power, the reach, the possibility. The idea that there are machines that could basically vacuum up hundreds of thousands, millions of cell phone calls a day, know who's talking to who, even content analysis that would have required thousands of human hours of work can now be done by identification software that looks for keywords and phrases and really only needs a couple of people to tend the machine rather than thousands of analysts. As we argue about where the lines are, does the march of technology change where the lines are, no matter whether we agree to it legally or not?
Absolutely, absolutely. One of the big cases that I think we've heard discussed recently, in the last few years, I guess not recently, has been Smith v. Maryland, which was a Supreme Court case where they said that essentially you don't have a privacy right information that you share with a third party, gave birth to this third party doctrine. And that it's really interesting because that case dealt with, a single phone number, trying to get access to a very isolated, information about a very isolated incident. And the rationale that was used in that case is now applied to get access to unknowable amounts of data that we produce online and share with Facebook, Google, your AT&T, your telecommunications provider. All of that data is data shared with a third party. It includes your location, who you're talking to, when you're talking. It's really awesomely large.
So a legal rationale
And so, yes.
that started with a very particular situation and opening a door, a crack, is used as the lever to throw open that door much wider?
Exactly. And at the same time, we're not getting there, the government is using these rationales to get access to much larger data sets, but we're not seeing the additional protections put into place, not only in the United States, but for people who haven't done anything wrong outside of the United States. We have access to, because of technology, to huge amounts more data without any more protections. And if you think about 702, which Jen brought up, one of the programs operated under 702 involves basically the government sitting on the wire, the internet wires, and scanning all of the traffic that go over the wires for certain keywords, identifiers, which are phone numbers, to, from, about. Now, if you think about a person doing that and sitting there and scanning through every single communication to see if certain identifiers come up, that would never have happened. But because we can, we have these things that can scan traffic in a matter of seconds. It doesn't disrupt the traffic. People don't know it's taking place. You're getting access to huge amounts of data, and it's able to go on. But if you put people back into the place of the machines that are doing this, it starts to look much more invasive.
Well, Professor, if you're a citizen of the United States, living in the DC, in the city, or in the Maryland suburbs, or in Virginia, you aren't involved in the ongoing commission of a crime, you aren't in contact with foreign terrorists, you aren't reading the Islamic State magazine Dabiq online, or debating with white supremacists when it's allowed to use violence against government agencies. You're just going online and wandering around. What should you expect? What should you know about what's allowed?
So it's a great question, and it's hard to answer, so I'm going to try to answer it by talking a little bit more about what some of the things that Amy was just addressing, which is, I think that question gets to the real mismatch that we have between our legal structures and the reality of what's actually happening here. So the Fourth Amendment, which is the main constitutional provision that regulates the collection of data, is limited in some really important ways, at least under current doctrine. One being that it almost exclusively focuses on this question of collection. So in this hypothetical, maybe you're not engaged in any sort of illicit behavior, but your communication's traveling with other communications that have one of the keywords that Amy's talked about, and that communication is picked up. The Fourth Amendment doesn't say anything under current doctrine, or very little under most people's interpretation of current doctrine, as to what the government can do with respect to the use of that information once it has it in its possession. And given what we've just heard from Amy and the reality about the amount of information that's potentially collected, that is a real shortfall. That's a real shortcoming with respect to current doctrine. Our statutory rules, which we should expect to pick up the gap, to fill in those gaps, also say very little. And as I said, there's an upcoming debate about 702. There's a host of other statutes that regulate various different aspects of surveillance of electronic communications, one of which, a big one, is the Electronic Communications Privacy Act. It was passed in 1986 before there was a global internet. It doesn't answer a huge number of these kinds of key fundamental questions. So one of the big problems we have, I think, is we have old law and new technology, and often a mismatch between the two, or a failure of old law to kind of update itself in ways that address new technology.
The Fourth Amendment that you cite is only a couple of lines long. The nut phrase being unreasonable search and seizure. You're protected from unreasonable search and seizure. Is this really just a question of deciding what's reasonable in the lights of current conversation and national temperature?
Yeah, I think it is a question of what is, that's the touchstone, reasonableness of the Fourth Amendment. And since the 1960s, the test for what's protected under the Fourth Amendment is based on an expectation of privacy frame. For all of the reasons that you talked about at the beginning, our expectations of privacy change with new technology. So if that's the lens we look at, we start to see our privacy diminish rapidly because we have a lower expectation of privacy when we share so much information with others. And so I think there's a real opportunity and really probably an obligation on the part of citizens to demand and courts to begin to think about how to understand what's reasonable in this age of new technology. And I'll just point out that there is one case that was just granted cert by the Supreme Court earlier this month. It's a case called U.S. v. Carpenter, and it addresses the collection of location information, and I think will squarely address some of what Amy talked about earlier with respect to the third-party doctrine, this concept that just because you share information with a third party, you lose all of your expectation of privacy in that information.
Amy, I want to hear from you on this, but I want to go to Paul first, because you used to be with the Department of Homeland Security. I began the questioning with someone who's not doing anything untoward. Well, what about people who are reading Dabiq, debating the use of this weapon over that weapon, or the inferiority of one kind of race or people justifying the use of violence against them? Do you have the right to do that and not assume surveillance by a government agency? You aren't committing a crime. You aren't harming anyone, even if you're reading material from people who advocate it. Have we simply given that part away, assumed that, yes, those people will be watched, the government will know their names, some branch of the government will watch them?
Well, it's an easy question in one sense. You have an absolute right to have those conversations, at least as long as you live here in the United States. The free speech lets you talk about anything you want, and so long as you're not getting up to the planning stage for the crime or
I hear a but coming.
Yeah. What?
I hear a but.
Well, the but is that the other side of the coin is that our doctrines of free speech and lack of surveillance haven't modernized to the true nature of how communications happen today. It used to be that the NSA's intelligence efforts were devoted exclusively to penetrating Russian military communications, right? If they could get a bug inside the command channel from Moscow to the missile command in the Ural, on the other side of the Urals, and listen in for the words launch or bomb or war, that was their job, right? But the thing about it was that our adversaries used a unique, segregable communications platform. There wasn't anybody else on that line. So the target was clear, and it was completely distinct from anything else. Today, the adversary, such as it is, the terrorist adversary, uses a communications channel in which all the rest of us are also talking. You and I are having an email conversation about what we're going to talk about today, and it's in the exact same stream as the operationalized commands for how to construct a vest, right? The guy who was frustrated in Brussels just yesterday, so it's not an American case, but let's assume it was an American, he learned how to build that vest and how to load it with nails, not by reading a book, but in this same line of communication that has yours and my discussions about this conference. If we completely exclude that from surveillance, from any form of government inquiry at all, we're creating this space that is unregulated and unobservable in a way that really does redound to a security disbenefit. That's not, that's not to say that that doesn't mean that there's lots of problems with the government being in that space and watching, because they shouldn't be listening to yours and my conversation, even if it's about how bad we think the president is or how good we think the president is. That's all protected and it shouldn't be actionable. But if we really wipe it out completely and say, because we're having that political conversation, we can't be watching this conversation over here about how and when to bomb the DCA or Dulles, that's a problem. And to be honest with you, if I actually had a really good answer for that, I'd have proposed it to Congress long ago, I'd have signed up, and everybody in the room would be hailing me as a hero, because there is no answer, or there is no uniform answer. It really is a case-by-case question.
Amy, are you comfortable with Paul's answer?
Yes and no. I'm quite comfortable with the first part of his answer. And I think the First Amendment, we talked about the Fourth Amendment. The First Amendment does provide us the ability to access information. On the second part of his answer, I think, we live in a world where the excuse for the government being on the network and the NSA being on the network is quite real. We have merged military government networks with the civilian network. But once they realize they can have access to our conversations about this conference, all of a sudden they think they need to have access to those communications because they are part of this overall intelligence ecosystem, and they tell them something about what's going on in DC, about movements, about the fact that people are going to be at the National Archives on any given Thursday. And then we see more and more information getting taken in, and this is called, mission creep or mission shift. And so a lot more information comes in just because more information can come in. And I want to also mention one thing about the reasonable expectation of privacy test that Jen brought up, because we also live in an age of machine learning and artificial intelligence. And so information that we put out there, often you cannot work in the privacy space without hearing on a weekly, if not daily basis from somebody that they have nothing to hide. And they look at the information that they put out into the world and they say, all of this is public and all of this is fine and I'm not doing anything wrong. But that is not the only information that people are getting about them anymore. And people are using this public data that is being communicated to make inferences and then making judgments about people based on those inferences. And so I think it's really important to talk about that private level of data that exists underneath otherwise public information and what judgments are being made about people, including judgments that impact legal rights based on information garnered through inferences. You pick up somebody's Twitter stream, or you pick up the entire Twitter stream, and at some point somebody says, I'm going to blow up New York City, and some alarm bells go off. And from the fact that where they come from and the fact that they've said that, they make this inference that there's going to be an attack on New York City, and really they're just talking about going out and having some parties some night, and somebody ends up in jail. And I don't think that we have done enough to protect against those inferences, both from a corporate side and from a government side.
All right. So let me ask you all then, as the people who are sitting here today and the people who are watching over that very same internet, this conversation streamed, should they, just as a matter of being rational actors out there in the world, assume that whatever given level of surveillance they've sort of come to terms with, that there's more? Is it reasonable for members of the audience and the public to assume that there's more snooping, more surveillance, more eavesdropping, more monitoring of private communication than they ever hear debated about in Congress as part of an authorization, or argued about in terms of warrants or FISA courts or permissions? Would it be a prudent thing to assume that there's more than they realize being watched? Professor?
Well, certainly on the corporate level. I mean, I think that there's very little, at least in the United States, there are very little in the way of rules and regulations limiting what corporations can do in terms of aggregating, gathering, using data that they collect from various sources and learning a lot about individuals. And sometimes that's used to target ads, and sometimes that's useful, and sometimes it's really annoying. But there's very little there's very little in terms of restrictions on what corporations can do. The government obviously can look at anything that's publicly available. There's no restrictions on them looking at publicly available information. The government is restricted in a lot more ways than corporations. So there are a whole lot of limits about what the government can do in terms of when it can compel the production of data. There are internal limits on use in some cases. So it's not as if everything goes with respect to the government. I think there's a lot more work that needs to be done. But I just want to be clear: we don't live completely in a big brother world. I mean, we run the risk if we don't put in appropriate controls that we move to that direction, but I don't want to scare everybody because I think that that's not the reality either.
Paul Rosenzweig?
Well, I'll start by agreeing with pretty much what Jen said. The corporate surveillance is pervasive, but we've kind of all internalized it. You expect Google to serve you ads, or whether you like them or not, if you use a Google service. With respect to the government, there are oversight mechanisms that regulate it. Perhaps you should expect there to be more surveillance than you're aware of because you haven't studied on the issue or dived into it. I tend to think with Jen that in some ways we over intellectualize or over scare ourselves a bit. We are not a Stasi state, and in comparisons like that are overblown. I would offer the caveat, though, that from the perspective of the intelligence community, that a lot of its methods work only because you don't know about them. All right, I mean that's why the most significant thing that the intelligence community will do is protect its sources and methods of inquiry, not just what it learned, but by disclosing what it learned, how it learned it. So if we disclose that we know that North Korea is going to respond in a particular way, that tells North Korea that there's somebody inside that they've got to go look for. And the same is true of some of our technical methodologies as well. So I think that it is perfectly fair for the average citizen to say, but not in a scare 'em way, but in a realistic way, that there are things that the NSA is doing and that the CIA is doing, and that the FBI is doing, that are not known to me, and maybe shouldn't be known to me, at least not in particulars. Then the question is, and this is where I'll end, then the question is whether or not the oversight mechanisms that we've given the responsibility for protecting us, our courts and our congressional oversight, are working as well as they could. And on that, I would say the courts are working pretty well, and Congress, a little less so.
Amy Stepanovich?
So I think that the corporate surveillance piece is right. I think we should have more privacy in our communications vis-a-vis corporations. Europe is having very active conversations about what those protections look like. And I think the US could and should learn lessons from those conversations. On governments, I would say, on the US government, even if you perfectly understand the USA Patriot Act, even if you perfectly understand 702 and national security letters and the other congressionally authorized surveillance programs, you still then have this world of Executive Order 12333, which was not implemented by Congress, has no congressional oversight, has no judicial oversight. And even with the documents that were made available by Snowden, we know very, very little about what programs are conducted underneath it. We have the Five Eyes partnership and other partnerships with other governments, where we can't necessarily ask for information that we couldn't get through our own surveillance, but we could potentially receive that information without asking, and so that we can get more information that way. It's probably, as Jen said, counterproductive to be scared by this, but I think we need to be aware that there's absolutely more surveillance than we know is taking place. Paul's point is a good one on the fact that the NSA does work to protect its sources and methods. But for example, in a former life, I filed a FOIA request with the NSA. There had been a hack into the Google systems. There was widely reported that Google had potentially been contacted by the NSA in the resolution of that hack, and I had asked for communications between Google and the NSA. As expected, they denied that FOIA request, but they denied it with what's called a GLOMAR response, which means they could not confirm or deny that they had any communications with Google ever on any subject, period. And what was interesting and what we talked about in our court briefs is that Google often sends marketing emails and emails that are totally unsolicited that would have had no implication for sources and methods. It would have been totally irrelevant, which could have been turned over. There are instances when, in this case particularly, that a GLOMAR response is not even sensical, but we're still receiving that lack of transparency. And I think we need to be thinking really hard about how much information NSA and other intelligence agencies are keeping transparent under the rubric of sources and methods, but that fall far outside of anything that fits there.
The European debate came up. There was a big and passionate argument over the right to be forgotten, which is a fascinating phrase and one that's worth thinking about. It turns out the only person who was pushing on the other side was Ambassador Kislyak, who turns out to be the most forgettable guy in Washington. Nobody can remember ever talking to him. But you mentioned that this is not a Stasi state. Paul, if you're an active member of a Muslim congregation in the United States, should you go to Friday prayers, assuming the government knows that, and should you assume that the government is more likely to watch what you do online?
No and yes. I mean, we had that reaction in the immediate aftermath. The New York Police Department began essentially taking attendance at mosques. They were slapped down. I mean, as evidence that we're not a Stasi state, and again, as evidence of kind of the pendulum idea, overreactioning in time of crisis, brought back to center. Are they more likely to be watching what you do online? Actually, I'll change my yes to a maybe. I think it depends upon kind of where you're going online. If you're going to chat forums to discuss jihad and travel to Iraq to go fight, absolutely. If you're going to a religious convocation to discuss the meaning of a particular surah of the Quran, no. And I think that I'm pretty confident that is an accurate reflection of what the government actually does these days.
Is that a fair description of the discretion, of the fine-grained discretion that the government is willing to show?
Well, so it is a matter of discretion in a lot of cases. I mean, there are, depending on who's doing the investigating, the FBI has a number of rules in place that specify what kind of information they know in order to open up different types of assessments and predicate investigations and all of that. And so, yes, hopefully, if somebody is going to a chat room to talk about traveling to Iraq or Syria, we probably want that person to be watched in some way. Hopefully, if somebody's just talking about meeting up with a colleague or a friend to go to Friday prayers, hopefully that person's not being tracked. I don't know what's happening for sure. I'm not in that. I don't have information about that, but that's my hope. And I would think that a responsible government would allocate its resources in that way because again, now we're talking not about just the sweeping in of communication. So assuming all that information is available to the government, now we're talking about people actually looking at that information, and then you get back to the same people resource constraints that we had in our old world before we had all this data moving about. And I would hope and expect that a responsible government would allocate its resources on the kinds of threats that are more likely to be more serious. That's
It
my
was
hope.
interesting to me that all three of you, in your answer about individual members of the public's assumption about the level of surveillance, made a bright line distinction between government and the commercial world. Repeatedly during this era, it's come up that there are possibly the digital equivalent of unbreakable safes that various companies could build. Those companies have an interest in saying to the public, see, we do want to protect you. We can build an unbreakable safe. And the government turning around and saying to those same companies, yes, but we want one of the few copies of the key. And that ends up being a big arena where these things are getting hashed out. Amy Stepanovich, what's the record so far on when companies win that argument and when, in fact, they are under such pressure or operating in spaces that are otherwise regulated, for instance, by the FCC, that they may not want to annoy the government and say, okay, we only have 3 keys, but we're going to give you 1.
So to get to something you had said initially, the corporate and the government surveillance are tied. And governments can get, if a company collects data, that does make it easier for the government to get access to that data. And there's a movement toward minimization of the data that companies collect in order to minimize government surveillance. On the unbreakable safe point, I think this is really interesting, and it's one of the areas that I do a lot of work on. We've been fighting about the use of encryption in the United States since the 1970s. This is not a new debate with new technology. It ebbs and flows, and so sometimes it's a much more pronounced debate, and it's much more in the public space, and sometimes it kind of fades away into the background. And right now we're in a high tension period because there are companies that have a lot of users, like WhatsApp and like Signal and Apple, that are putting in place stronger and stronger encryption to protect their users. Now, I would say this is necessary because we live in a world where every single year I hear, as if it's news, that there were more data breaches last year than ever before. And it keeps happening and it keeps happening. Where our data is vulnerable, and our data is vulnerable even when companies are able to try to secure it as much as they can, because there's no such thing as a perfectly secure system. There are always vulnerabilities in systems. Now the government wants them to say, okay, make it as secure as you can, but design it so that it fails sometimes when we want it to. And that is not a sensible system to build from people who are trying to facilitate communications, banking, Amazon purchases, any other purchases you make online. Like, that is information that needs to be protected. And so I think we live in a world where we need to assume that people are going to increasingly have access and need to have access to the strongest encryption possible, and then start to have conversations about what that means. And I think that is really stands for what we're doing across the board with surveillance. We need to be having more conversations about how to get intelligence agencies the information they need, and see if we can do that while protecting rights. And Paul said that is not a solution that he knows about, but we haven't had that conversation. And for example, if we would have had it when we put in place the USA Patriot Act and the massive telephone metadata program that fell in place under the Patriot Act, maybe we could have had the USA Freedom Act way back then, limited that program in ways that were meaningful instead of allowing this huge program to continue. We should stop having these kind of segmented conversations about encryption, about surveillance, and start talking about the overall system.
What's intriguing about this part of the tug of war is that the very aggregation that commercial interests do would save a bunch of steps for the government. They might end up with the same place, knowing the same things about you. But if they could break into the black box of a company, it would just save them a lot of trouble. Does the government have a right to say, Professor, we want to take a look and poke around, or do they have to have a specific cause of inquiry in order to open up commercial records that frankly might tell them a lot about who they might be watching?
So, I mean, legally, there's a distinction between information that's publicly available and information that's not publicly available. So if they want to look at Twitter feeds and see what people are saying on Twitter, they can do that. If they want to look at publicly available blogs that people write, they can do that. If they want to get information from a corporation, from a company, they need some sort of legal if law enforcement's doing it, they need a warrant, they need a subpoena, they need some sort of court order. If the intelligence agencies are doing it for purposes of foreign intelligence, they also need a warrant under traditional, not 702, under traditional FISA. They need probable cause that the target is a foreign power or an agent of a foreign power, which is a complicated technical term, which is way too long and involved of a conversation to get into here. But there has to be a justification. The government can't just break into a private communication without some sort of legal process.
We're just a couple of minutes away from taking your questions. Please be thinking hard about them, and let me remind you, I'm sure many of you hold passionate and sincere views on these questions, and in some other forum we might want to hear all about them. But really it's your questions for the panelists that would really be useful for the purposes of our session this morning. And a question, you know what a question is. Your voice goes up at the end. There's a question mark. Do ask a question that's identifiable as a question. That would be great. As there are companies that are able to powerfully aggregate a tremendous number of things that perhaps wasn't even imaginable not all that long ago, much less possible. Is the legal framework that lives around these questions keeping up? Are test cases going through the system that are protecting the public sufficiently, Paul Rosenzweig?
The law doesn't catch up, and it never catches up, not in this space. The technology moves far too quickly for our legal processes. My favorite example of that is that it was in 2010 in a case called Kwan that the Supreme Court first addressed the privacy of information sent on pagers. By 2010, nobody was using a pager anywhere in America at all. And that was, and even better, the Supreme Court said, well, we're not going to write a very big overarching set of rules because technology changed. We're going to just decide the narrow case right in front of us here about this particular set of pagers. That way, and the case turned on the fact that the pager was issued by the employer, so the employee had less privacy rights. So that's how slow it goes. The particular example that you're talking about, these large-scale collections of data, we've kind of come close a couple times. There was a D.C. Circuit case that I worked on involving a man named Jones, Antoine Jones, that advanced something called the mosaic theory, which was that it's not so much just the collecting of the one piece, which is the distinction that Amy tried to draw about Smith, but rather the fact that we collect a million pieces about you. And it's just like the mosaic tile on a floor. If you look at one piece of mosaic, it's a piece of blue. If you step back, you can look at it, and it's a beautiful Roman picture of the baths or something like that. So each little piece doesn't matter, but you take it all together, it makes a picture of who you are. And the D.C. Circuit said, there's this mosaic idea out there. We don't know exactly where it is, what the line is, how many tiles make a mosaic. Maybe 2 don't, maybe 10 do, maybe 100 do. But Mr. Jones, you had 28 days of GPS surveillance. That was a mosaic. The Supreme Court took a different direction. Rather than address that issue, they flinched. I think it's a fair characterization. They said, we're going to decide it on a different ground, which was a property ground. So that's right. That was 2012. right? So 5 years, computing power has doubled and doubled and doubled again 3 times since then, at least. So that's changed completely, and maybe Carpenter, which is coming next year, will be a mosaic case. Maybe it'll be the principle of third-party doctrine altogether. I don't know. Maybe they'll flinch again and pass because they're afraid of writing a broad rule that the implications of which they don't know.
Amy Stepanovich, one thing that's fascinated me about this new world is that it stresses borderlessness. It sees as one of its great virtues borderlessness. I can get an email address with the .tv designation, which originates in Tuvalu, a tiny republic in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. And in what sense is my communication based in Tuvalu? There are communications running along the internet now that start in one place, bounce through another place, end up in another place, and it's really unclear, I think, the laws of who govern this kind of communication. Is it Tuvalu because it's RaySuarez.tv, or is it the law of Lithuania, where briefly this communication swung through on its way to someplace else? I can see an opportunity and a threat. An opportunity in extending the tendrils of American law to embrace all kinds of other places in the world by extension, or the real difficulty in enforcing law because of those very same tendrils and the involvement of other places which may want to play ball, may not want to play ball. As this new borderless world would seem to carry a lot of challenge with it.
Yeah, we do live in the technology has made us a borderless world, and at the same time that laws are very bordered. And we give rights to people within our country that we do not extend outside the country, despite treaties like the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, to which the US and many other countries are a member, that say that everybody is, or presumably say that everybody is entitled to freedom of expression, privacy rights. The US, however, has interpreted that to only apply within the United States. And so you see this continuation of extending rights within a nation's borders, ignoring everybody else. The problem is everybody else is taking that path as well, which means rights of Americans are ignored by the rest of the world. So that means we're increasingly subjected to surveillance by other countries as well. It also means that we are in this world where companies are, oddly enough, and rarely do you hear me as an advocate for the company perspective, but companies are in a difficult place because conflict of laws is real. And when you have a company saying, well, I can either violate this country's laws or that country's laws or that country's laws, and they have to make a decision, that's an impossible position to be in. I think we need to start thinking about this overall, what rights are guaranteed to people across the board, and come to some sort of resolution on that. I think we need, and the conversations are happening right now. Jen has been very central to those conversations about where jurisdiction is going to apply and where countries can assert jurisdiction in order to solve either crimes within their own country or potentially outside their country, and get to information that has no tenable connection back to that country. These are very active conversations. I think you're going to see this be potentially the #1 issue that takes up people's time in 2017.
I could see there being incentives on the part of some actors to have the strongest laws possible or the weakest laws possible to become a center for certain kinds of illicit traffic and illicit conversation. It must be difficult navigating this world, especially when the Supreme Court gets very head up whenever you cite foreign law inside the chambers.
So as Amy just mentioned, this issue has really come to the fore with the question as to the ability of law enforcement to access data that happens to be outside of its territorial borders. And Paul and I just came from an event at the Heritage Foundation where Paul was moderating a discussion, and Kent Walker, the general counsel of Google, gave, I think, an important speech about this issue, highlighting how important it is for the company that he was here giving this speech, and I think for all of the tech companies and a lot of different actors. There were 2 congressional hearings about this in the last month, so it's a really big issue. And just briefly, there's 2 sets of problems. There's one problem that was created by a Second Circuit decision that came down last June that basically says the warrant authority, U.S. warrant authority for stored communication only extends to data that happens to be physically within the United States territory. The reality is that in many cases, companies, Google, Microsoft, other companies, store data outside of the United States territory. And in some cases, they move the data around. The emails might be in one place, the attachments in other places. Even though so the U.S. government is facing the situation where they're investigating a U.S. crime, U.S. victims, U.S. perpetrators, and they go to a company like Google and they say, we got a warrant based on probable cause, give us this information. We have a probable cause determination that this information is relevant to our ongoing investigation. And Google says, sorry, we can't. The data you're looking for happens to be outside the country. You have to go make a diplomatic request to that country to get access to the data. Let's just say the US even does that, a really long, laborious, complicated process. Google then says to them, well, actually, all of our law enforcement people are in the United States, so you, foreign government, don't have jurisdiction over the people who can access that data. And so that means that in legitimate investigations where there's been a probable cause determination that the data is relevant, important to the ongoing investigation, no government can access that data. That's a not workable solution, as a situation. There's a converse problem where foreign governments are trying to access data that happens to be US held. US law, again, this old 1986 law basically says US-based corporations cannot turn over content to foreign governments. Again, foreign governments are facing the converse problem. The UK is investigating a London murder, a UK-based perpetrator, a UK-based victim. They go to Google or Microsoft and ask for the data. They say, we can't turn it over under US law. You need to go make a diplomatic request to the United States. This, again, takes a really long time, and foreign governments are increasingly frustrated and engaging in, or ultimately, I think, going to be increasingly incentivized to engage in a whole range of behavior, including forced data localization rules, other attempts to access data by surreptitious and less privacy protective and less secure means of accessing the data in ways that are going to be to the detriment of everybody. And so I think it's a very specific set of problems that a lot of people are interested in right now and that hopefully we can see some movement on.
Let's go to the audience. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. My name is Li Yang. Thanks for the panelist presentation. When we talk about the rights and justice, we are basically from Constitution. So they are supposed to protect all your rights, your constitutional right, your litigation right, and protection of your properties, your home or possessions. But the problem is our system is not working that way. Not only the racial profiling is against the minority on the traffic violation, or even there's no traffic violation, they will send you to jail or take all your possession anyhow. And so I just wonder, by all those abuse, and what I mean, real abuse means take away all your property when you are no violation of any law at all. And then if you think about democracy or election, if they take away all your resources, then people not only cannot vote, because they take away your home, say you are not living there anymore. And then they take away all your possession of stock or assets, account, everything, then you don't have money, then they will isolate you from all your friends or relatives and then destroy your families. So I just wonder, is it possible that this panel have a better connection, do something to eliminate those abuse, and especially if we are talking about terrorists, this era, then they can pretend have some kind of law, an abuse of law, and then maybe charge or victimize Muslims or some minorities, if you have special name and special characteristics. So, and then also in terms of hacking, they can use this to hacking these people and victimize them further. So,
Ma'am,
I just
let's handle what you've already put on the floor.
right. Whether you can have a leadership to eliminate those abuse, including forced settlement or forced foreclosure or evictions. We are
Is
talking
the
about democracy.
individual more disempowered when facing the government in the national security era? Now, if you put something under the category of national security, does it leave you in a different posture than when it was just a crime, charged as a crime?
So I think there are two important points to bring up here. One is that throughout U.S. history, criminal or national security, very broad surveillance authorities have been turned on vulnerable communities. And vulnerable communities tend to be the victims of these surveillance authorities first and foremost. And you can see this with internment during World War II. You can see it with the civil rights movement and Martin Luther King and his infamous letter from the FBI encouraging him to commit suicide, quite frankly. You can see it today with immigrants, and there's actually a conference happening right now at Georgetown Law on the color of surveillance and the disparate impact that surveillance has on immigrant communities. Muslim Americans with the countering violent extremism programs in schools that encourage school-age children to turn on one another and report each other for exploring ideas. These are real issues, and we need to address them. And admittedly, there is a lot of privilege on this stage. I will at least admit to my own. I don't have to deal with that because I tend to not be included in those populations. But there doesn't mean that we don't have an obligation to recognize them. And I think that abuse can only be brought to light through transparency. And transparency, I think, has been a theme on this stage throughout this conversation. And it's one of the most important reasons for transparency is to highlight the abuse, which absolutely occurs throughout every single authority that is possessed either by the intelligence community or by law enforcement at every level. And if we can try to get more of that data out, we can react meaningfully, we can object, we should object, we need to object to that abuse. I don't think we ever route it out is one of the problems. I think that it will always be there. But we need to put in place a system that allows us to know about it. And that's the only way I see trying to address some of these very deep-seated problems.
Thank you for your question. Let's go next over here.
I have two declarative statements and then a question for Ray.
I hope they're really short.
They are.
Okay.
Women have been trying to amend the Constitution to get equal rights since 1923. SJR 5, currently in the Judiciary Committee, needs your support. Ray, is there anything you can do personally to help us?
That's an easy one. No. And for a whole host of reasons that have to do with American traditions regarding journalism and what my position on anything is, which is hopefully little known, unknown, or only guessed at inside a newsroom. The struggle for women's rights, which is very old in this country and goes back far longer than 1923, has been quite frequently a question of one step forward, two steps back, but eventually things moving in the right direction. I hope that continues to be the case, but I think it's instructive to look at the battle. Your hat has an ERA button on it. We should remember that some of the opposition to the ERA was spearheaded by women. So the idea that there's widespread agreement on this and unanimity on it is far from the case. And some of the most passionate arguments against some of the legislation, like the one you cited in your question, will come from women themselves. Yes, ma'am.
As a bit of a troglodyte and incompetent, I don't use the computer much. I don't use the internet. I don't use the cell phone. I don't talk to folks except primarily in person. Under those conditions, how much does the government know about me?
It's a great question. I'm going to use your address to get some of my stuff shipped, though.
Do you use a credit card?
Yes.
Do you use a landline? Yes. Do you take a newspaper?
Yes.
Do you, what else?
Use CVS cards.
Do you use a CVS card or a Safeway
Reward cards.
card?
As little as I can get by with,
But you do.
So the average adult American it consists in the databases of large-scale data, commercial data aggregators, consists of about 15,000 data points. Obviously, fewer when you're younger, many more when you're older. Also, many more if you're an active and aggressive citizen of the cyber world versus a non-aggressive one.
Did you look at me when you said that?
Well, you are. Yeah, I mean, you know, yeah. Oh, you're more aggressive than me, wouldn't you say? So, so I would say that, or no, I would guarantee that there's a profile of you in the commercial databases. Probably not much of one in the government databases, unless you have some undisclosed, you know, criminal activity that you haven't shared with us today, or terrorist activity. But you know, all of your phone call records were in that large-scale database, the to and from of who you called.
But those are all commercial databases that the government can get at if
Correct.
there is some need. But as the government itself and as me just standing here, the government doesn't know that much about me.
That'd be my guess, is that you're not on anybody's radar screen, and there is no file about you that is a collection of all this information. You've left a digital trail, and if tomorrow you were to do something untoward, that trail would be readily mined to determine whether or not you have a dog, and the Kennel Club records, and anything else about you, bridal registries, all of that is somewhere in the world.
Yes,
my
sir.
question's more towards Paul, but I wanted to ask, you did mention pendulum theory, but also at the same time that we're starting to internalize more and more what are often considered now more intrusive methods of finding out about people. So I wanted to ask you, do you believe that maybe the public has permanently accepted a new reduction in privacy, and in effect this means the center of the pendulum we're just swinging back to has in fact moved, and that we are now willing to accept a permanent new normal of intrusiveness into our own personal lives?
That's a great question. It requires a full-scale sociological study to answer well, but I will give you my rump assessment that the answer is no. That in fact, we're starting to become more aggressive in some ways about our privacy rights. And that the pendulum swing post 9/11 was so great that it actually activated a lot of concerns. I would say, for example, that 20 years ago, when the encryption debate started, it was the province of geeks and lawyers and nerds. Today, well, no, today it is not only in their province, but everybody in the room has at least heard of it and has begun to think about it in some way. That's a sea change affirmatively towards privacy. Another really good example is the way in which we've seen a generational change in the use of social media like Facebook. When people first went on it, they did so essentially ignorant of the privacy implications of doing so. Today, because of pressure from consumers, you know, Facebook, Google have more robust privacy protections that you can take advantage of. Amy would say, probably rightly, that they're still not enough, but they are in existence at all because of the pressure and the considerations that are being given. I'm going to actually guess that 20 years from now, we may be having this discussion and asking whether or not too much privacy exists, too much of the right to be forgotten that destroys true and accurate information. That's a guess, and I don't know if Jen or Amy have counter thoughts.
No, I mean, I think Paul is right to the extent that there is a discussion and an awareness of privacy and a response by the citizenry in a way that's quite new, and I think will lead to some reforms and some changes. At the same time, we've also had a technological shift that pushes everything in the opposite direction. So the fact that we can know so much information about where an individual shops, what they do, whether they have a dog, their health records, that is a new thing that even of somebody who doesn't use a computer and doesn't have a cell phone and doesn't use Twitter, that is a new thing that results from technology. And I think the trend in technology is going to be to make more and more information available. And so in order to have some sort of counterweight, there has to be an active effort by a combination of the citizenry with respect to things like the actual use of privacy protections, use of encrypted tools, all kinds of things that individuals can do to take steps to protect at least communications. But there is a lot of information, no matter how many steps we take, that's still going to be publicly available because of the technology, not because of preferences and not because of laws necessarily.
Quick comment?
I would just say most people in this room would have heard that question and thought those darn kids don't care about privacy. I think the studies actually show, the sociological studies that have been done show that kids care a great deal about privacy. I think the controls are going to be very important, and I actually look forward to seeing the next generation come into itself and start demanding more controls.
Yes, ma'am.
So those last two comments I'm a conceptual person, and getting back to the title, Amending America and Building a More Perfect Union, my question is, could I get some feedback or concepts about what those more core fundamental things are that are at stake on this higher policy level down and as a contrast on the ground level? And I'll just preface this with saying, when I think about how the founding fathers formulated and did a discourse and came up with the concept of the government, this government, and the reasons why, this last election cycle for me really, I feel, tested that. And I feel it also sort of showed that what they did was fundamentally and principally strong and not in just a superficial way, even though there were protections in place, a demagogue, if that's what you want to call it, was able to work through the system. So what are some of the core fundamental things that need to be addressed or looked at on this higher trained policy level, as well as for the people on the ground? I think you guys spoke to it a little bit, but I'd just like to hear it maybe from the perspective more conceptually about this topic of amending America and building a more perfect union, if you get my question. Thank you.
Well, I'll start. I mean, I actually wrote an essay that was entitled "The Fundamental Tension." So I like your look. And it really is a tension. It's not necessarily resolvable. On the one side, we have the sense of government as accountable to its citizenry, right? And that implicates issues of transparency, it implicates issues of oversight, it implicates issues of power and restrictions on those powers. That's the one side. The other side is the fundamental obligation of our government to, as the Constitution says, provide for the common defense, or more broadly speaking, to keep us secure so that we can enjoy the other liberties. John Locke said that the first liberty was security because he had the view that in an insecure world where you were at risk from the Hobbesian winds, you couldn't enjoy any of the other liberties, the liberty of speech, liberty of religion. And that involves the obligations of the government to do that which we've asked it to do, which is help protect us, and help us protect ourselves. Sometimes those obligations run into the other accountability obligations, because sometimes we perceive that we can't achieve the one without cost to the other. And down on the ground, that really gets to, I thought the best question we had today was this mixed stream of communication, right? Which is absolutely with us for the rest of our lives, and it's absolutely this problem that is almost intractable, because where you sit depends upon which of those fundamental principles you think is kind of more important.
Quick one? Do you have a quick one?
I'll let you guys.
You mentioned providing the common defense, the social contract of giving up safety and security to law enforcement who should do the job. When things go wrong and police clash with communities, can the government be an effective mediator? Because often when things go to courts, it takes too long, and other groups step in, and you've seen many of these clashes go off the guardrails.
Oh my goodness, that's a heavy question. I think they could. I think there's a lot of that's possible there. I don't think they ever have, and presumably, potentially never will. Government acting as a mediator. If you read, there's wonderful histories of police and police violence in the United States, and really what operates best is when they are connecting directly with communities and not through a mediator. I don't know if that's going to be possible again either. I guess really the answer to this, I think, is we need to fundamentally look at how we are governing and what our systems are, and try to reanalyze if we're moving further away from a place where we can connect more with our systems. I also really dislike, I guess is the best, most politically correct term, this notion of giving up privacy for security or vice versa. I think that we need to be really analyzing how to give ourselves both more privacy and more security. In fact, if you look at what a balance is, it's amping up both sides and not one or the other. And those are systems that we can build. We're in a transition period now, kind of almost going back to the last question. Technology is integrated into our lives, but it has not yet taken over our lives. And we're heading that way. And we're in this middle period where we're going to put in place the structures, the laws, the policies, the regulations that guide us into that next period. And I think it's a vitally important time in the history and the future of technology. We need to get this middle period right. I don't know if we are right now. In fact, I would argue that we aren't getting it right at the moment. And we need to reevaluate how we're doing things.
Professor, are we getting it right?
I think we are in an important moment where we are struggling with that, and we're trying to figure out how to get it right. I think, as I said before, a lot of our laws need to be updated. Some of our doctrine needs to be updated. And I think the fact that we are having this conversation here and in so many other places around the country speaks to the robustness of our democracy, and makes me hopeful that we won't all agree. There's going to be disagreement, big disagreements and little disagreements, but we're having the discussion and we're all working together in this really messy way, which is how our democracy works, to try to get it right, and that gives me hope.
Moderators have really only two important tasks. One of them is to run a good conversation, which was very easy given these great panelists. Please thank them. The second responsibility of a moderator is to get off on time, and I just did. Thank you for coming.
So please join me in another round of applause for Ray and Amy and Paul and Jennifer. So that concludes the morning session. We reconvene at 1:30 this afternoon to talk about education and citizenship, and I hope you will join us for those panel discussions. Good afternoon, and welcome back for those of you who were with us this morning. I'm David Ferriero, the archivist. I'm still David Ferriero, the archivist of the United States, and ready to, excuse me. Unfortunately, Secretary of Education Betsy DeVos could not be with us today. She did send over a video message, so let's watch the Secretary.
Hi, I'm Betsy DeVos, U.S. Secretary of Education. I'm sorry I can't be with you in person today. Thank you for participating in today's discussions about rights and justice. These are issues I care deeply about. Every American child, regardless of their circumstances, deserves an equal opportunity for a great education. I'm proud to work every day to help make that reality for more and more students across our nation. Without an educated, enlightened, and engaged citizenry, a democratic republic such as ours cannot function. Education is essential in the development of each and every citizen, and the process of education prepares good citizens in three key ways. First, we must understand how our system of government works. Education is necessary to equip us with a knowledge of our history, our government institutions, and our political processes. Second, we need to be exposed to diverse viewpoints and perspectives. Through reading and studying history and interacting with others, we gain valuable insight. We can't expect to understand or appreciate others' views if we don't seek them with an open mind. And third, citizens must learn how to reach compromise and consensus in the face of differing opinions and interests. Education environments have an important role in teaching children to think critically, listen respectfully to those who share different views, and collaborate to reach solutions to the problems we face, both small and large. Without knowledge, without exposure to differing views, and without the ability to reach consensus, constructive public engagement is impossible. We each have the opportunity and responsibility to do our part to foster these skills in America's students. It's both right and just to do so. Thank you, and God bless you for the work that you do on behalf of our nation.
The American public school system was established in the belief that an enlightened and involved electorate was a precondition for a vibrant democracy. The large number of uninvolved citizens today raises the question of how effective, important our education system is in teaching democratic values and civic literacy and engagement to our youth. Our next panel will examine the involvement of youth in the democratic process, civic engagement, participation in the political process, and what role schools play. Now let me introduce the moderator. Lauren Camera is an education reporter at U.S. News and World Report. She's covered education policy and politics for a decade and has written for Education Week, the Hechinger Report, Congressional Quarterly, Roll Call, and the Chronicle of Higher Education. She was a 2013 Spencer Education Fellow at Columbia University School of Journalism, where she conducted a reporting project about the impact of the Obama administration's competitive education grant, Race to the Top. Please welcome Lauren Camera and the panel.
Thanks so much for being here. My name is Lauren Camera. I'm the education reporter at U.S. News and World Report. This panel, titled Enlightened and Engaged, Education for Democracy, is incredibly timely right now. And the introduction from Secretary DeVos, I also think, was very appropriate for this panel. I often hear curriculum experts and teachers when I'm out interviewing saying the way we teach civics is by doing civics. And the nomination of Secretary DeVos, for example, I think for a lot of people in this country was exactly that. It was a lesson in civics engagement and how the democratic process worked. People learned for the first time who their members of Congress were and who represented them in Congress. They learned, in fact, that they can email or call their offices. They learned how to access public schedules, to show up and protest if they wanted to, send letters of support if they wanted to do that. Many even learned a thing or two about arcane Senate rules and how voting works. So, politics aside, far too many students today have a good foundation in civics education. As we'll hear from our NCES expert, just over a quarter, or just under a quarter, of students in schools today are proficient in civics. So we definitely have a long way to go. I'm delighted to moderate this discussion with a great group of panelists. We have, starting furthest away from me, Scott Warren, who is the CEO of Generation Citizen, Dan McGrath, who is the Chief of Reporting and Dissemination Branch of the Assessment Division of the National Center of Education Statistics, which, if you don't know, is sort of the research arm of the Department of Education. We also have Peggy Jackson, who is a recently retired social studies teacher. She's also the president of the National Council for Social Studies. And last but certainly not least, Peter Bonilla, who is the vice president of programs for the Foundation for Individual Rights in Education. So I'm going to kick off the discussion, and then we'll have times at the end for questions. So please be thinking about some good questions for our panelists. But I'd like to begin actually with Dan. Since he's the numbers guy here, give us sort of a recap of what students in the US currently know about civics and the democratic process, and what do the numbers say? And I'm going to take a seat so I can sort of join the discussion too.
Sure. Thank you, Lauren. So as Lauren said, I'm with the NCES, which is the National Center for Education Statistics. That's the country's primary statistical agency for providing information on education to the public. And one of the main things we do is the National Assessment of Educational Progress, which is sometimes called NAEP, or the Nation's Report Card. And that is the largest nationally representative ongoing assessment of what our kids, our students know and can do in a range of subjects, including civics, which is one of the main subjects that we assess. Most recently, we assessed civics in 2014 in grade 8 and 2010 in grades 4 and 12. And so, so I'll present results just really briefly on those. And I wanted to say that, Lauren mentioned the proficient level. So in addition to reporting just scores, the National Assessment Governing Board developed achievement levels that allow us to kind of describe what it is that kids know and can do. The National Assessment Governing Board is a board of citizens and educators and researchers and policymakers, and they set policy for NAEP. And so these achievement levels, there's a basic level, a proficient level, and even an advanced level. And I'm going to present a few of those numbers from the most recent round. So in this most recent set, so that's 2014 for grade 8, and it's 2010 for grades 12 and 4, between 77 and 64% of students, depending on the grade level, performed at least at NAEP's basic level. So the basic level represents partial mastery of foundational knowledge about whatever the subject is. So in the case of, say, grade 12 civics, that means they should be able to understand what civil society, politics, and government are. They should understand some of the foundations of the American political system. They should understand how the government works, what entities, how various entities contribute to the electoral policy process. They should know what the roles of citizens or at least be able to identify the role of citizens, be able to point to sources of information on policy issues. They should understand something about issues, international issues, and how they relate to how they influence the United States. So at grade 12, 64% of students in 2010 reached the basic level, which means that 36% didn't reach the basic level. Now, that doesn't mean that they don't have any knowledge of civics at all, but it means that they have incomplete knowledge of this kind of foundational knowledge of civics that we kind of expect of them. Now, at the other end, at the proficient level, between 27 and 23%, again, depending on the grade level, performed at the proficient level. And what that means is mastery of challenging content. So that's a pretty high bar. In the case of grade 12 civics, for instance, it would mean all of the knowledge that I described, the content that I described before, plus having the ability to kind of explain or describe more about each of those areas, civil life, the government, the foundations of American political system, the role of the United States in the world, the role of citizens, and to be able to kind of compare and contrast different governments, for instance, and understand that there are different forms of democracy. So it is kind of a more challenging level of content. And again, something like Lauren said, something like around a quarter, depending on grade level, reached that level in the most recent assessments. And to put that in context, compare it with other subjects. At grade 12, for instance, in mathematics, about 25% of students reached the proficient level. And in reading, about 37% were at proficient or higher in reading. So that's kind of, I think, the big results from the most recent round.
Great. Well, Peggy, I'd love it if you could talk a little bit about what you're seeing on the ground. You're a very recently retired social studies teacher. You spend a lot of time focusing on politics and the Supreme Court. Give us a little taste of what your students know and how you've tried to sort of boost this with your work in the classroom.
Thank you. High school students have been exciting to me because they see things usually first negatively, and then they're challenging me. Give it to us in a different way, Miss J, as they call me. But I think the most important thing that I do initially to teach them about the Bill of Rights is that the Constitution itself is a framework. I actually have a big frame, and it's empty, because the Constitution itself is the framework. And after that framework is created, then the Bill of Rights is added to explain what government cannot do. How the Constitution tells us what government does. But the Bill of Rights say what government cannot do for us. And of course, their favorite amendment is, if you know any 18-year-old, is probable cause. They want to know for sure that nobody can go in their car, nobody can go in their house without probable cause to search and seize anything that they find. It's also, I think the Bill of Rights is like a PS to a letter. I'm still an old-fashioned girl. I write handwritten letters. I write thank you notes. And even though I do a lot of things electronically, but I think it's so important to understand. Most kids don't even know what PS means. But in a sense, that's what the Bill of Rights is. It's, oh, by the way, this is what government can do, but these are the things that government cannot do because of the protection of the Bill of Rights. Don't laugh. I have my pocket Constitution always with me. I have opened it up when I'm flying. I've been speaking at state conferences around the nation, and the 14th Amendment actually fell out because I had used it so much. But when you look at the Fourth Amendment to the Constitution, the right of the people are secure in our papers, our houses, against any unreasonable search and seizure. And that is the key there. What is unreasonable and what is reasonable? So to me, this is what is important to talk about today and to express to you about how high school students are thinking. Throughout my lifetime as a history buff, I loved history since the 4th grade. In my 11th grade U.S. history teacher and civics as a high school senior. I majored in U.S. history in college as a Madison Fellow here in Georgetown. All the different kinds of learning that I've done at street law, at the U.S. Supreme Court Teacher Institute here in D.C. It's helped me to understand and keep learning. As a retired teacher, the last thing I want to do is be stagnant. And somebody asks me a question I don't know. So I'm constantly trying to be sure I know everything and read everything. My favorite subjects from high school till today: government, the U.S. Supreme Court Teacher Institute, Executive Director Lee Arbitman, I think challenged me the most to learn and know how to find Supreme Court cases. You don't have to memorize what they do. There are a few that I love. I love Tinker v. Des Moines when students wore black armbands during the Vietnam War because they wanted to protest and they were told they couldn't, and that it was a silent protest. I love Kuhlmeyer versus Hazelwood when the principal was told basically that what he had done, it went to the Supreme Court, he couldn't do. That rights belong to individuals, whether they're students writing an article in a school newspaper or whether we are adults in our senior years. All of us have rights from the Bill of Rights. The First Amendment is also very near to my heart, as I never worry about the guarantee of free speech or religion. But I think those two cases that I've brought to you today are best my favorite cases. I constantly watch from the 1st of October, when the court comes into session, until it dismisses, usually mid-June, what decisions they're making. And today's court, we've always had what we thought was a moving conservative court. Today's court, because of our new justice, may not have quite as much of a stereotype because their decisions are not always predictable. In classroom, playing Decided to Decide was a fun thing. High school students love any game. Kids at any level love to play games. And Deciding to Decide was a fun game. Is it the federal government or the state government that will hear the case? And how far will it go? Also, giving them examples of, as we look at the Constitution itself, being a federalist or an anti-federalist. Which are you and why? Those are the things that have been important to me and stay important to me today. There's one more thing I may add it later. Thanks.
Yeah, no problem. So I was taking a couple of notes when Secretary DeVos was speaking through the screen here, and in talking about the three things, the three reasons why civics education is really important. The second one, she said, because we must be exposed to diverse viewpoints. And Peter, this is a lot of what your organization focuses on. Do you want to tell us a little bit about FIRE, about sort of what you guys do? And while I know you're focused mainly on higher education, you're also starting to produce some initiatives for the K-12 level. So maybe if you could talk a little bit about that as well.
Yes, I'm very happy to talk about all of those things. And first of all, I'll thank the National Archives Foundation for having me on this panel. I was very excited to take part. I'll give a little bit about my organization. We are called the Foundation for Individual Rights in Education. We're based in Philadelphia. We were founded in 1999, and as Lauren said, our primary mission since our founding has been defending free speech and other individual liberties in the higher education setting for college students and college faculty. And this is something that has been a core part of our mission from the day we were founded. And it's something that we have been very successful at, and it's something that I personally was involved with for many years, working in this core activity of the organization, which involved researching and investigating issues of censorship brought to us by individual students or individual faculty. When the circumstances warranted it, going to that student or faculty member's defense for the organization, writing their university letters explaining where they went wrong in the censorship or the enforcement of a particular policy against a student or faculty member, and much more often than not, winning a favorable outcome for that student or faculty member. At some point, we realized there was only so far we could get with that model because, it's one thing to defend a person's free speech rights, to defend the free speech rights of an individual. But at some point, we had to, we realized that was only going to get us so far if we weren't also trying to improve the overall culture for free expression in higher education. And along with that, doing our part to try and educate college campuses and educate the general public on these issues and raise awareness of First Amendment concerns and how they're beneficial, and how the First Amendment is beneficial in higher education and more broadly beneficial to a healthy civil society. And then at some point we realized there was only so far that was going to get us, because many of the issues that we're focusing on in higher education become they become urgent much more soon than that. It was important to us as well to go from educating the college community to doing what we could to help give high school students a stronger foundation in First Amendment values, give them an understanding of the philosophy behind freedom of expression, issues of tolerance and humility, the virtues of civil discourse. And we have recently branched out much more in this direction to beginning to produce some supplemental materials that we will make available for high school students free of charge, that we hope can help can help give a little bit give a little bit of a foundation, do our little part to help the overall cause. And that's why I was very happy to be here, not only to be able to talk about my experiences, but also to be able to listen to the perspectives of my fellow panelists, who have been, who have, in the case of some of us here, been at this for literally decades, and who have a lot of wisdom that they can share, which I know that I certainly can benefit from. So I'm very happy to be here, and I'm here as much to share what I can and to absorb what I can also from my fellow panelists.
Great, thanks. And Scott, tell us a little bit about Generation Citizen, and what you do there, and also, of course, what you've seen in trying to partner with schools and trying to convince schools to really make time for civics.
Yeah, so again, thanks so much to the National Archives Foundation for having us, and excited to be on this panel. So Generation Citizen, as you said earlier, is all about learning civics through doing civics. So we're really about trying to empower young people to be active and engaged citizens through getting civics back in the classroom. So we've sort of realized that civics isn't prioritized to the extent that it used to be. And getting young people to actually learn it through engaging in the process themselves. So rather than just learning civics from a textbook and how a bill becomes a law and what the three branches of government are, which is all important to know, our students actually choose very local issues that they care about: public transit, violence in their community, The opioid crisis is something that's come up a lot. And then they'll take some sort of real concrete action. They'll figure out what sort of legislation is happening, what can we do to actually contact our city council members and our state reps, so our citizens aren't just learning who our members of Congress are when there's a controversial pick for the Secretary of Education, but much earlier than that as well. And the whole premise of that is that if we can get them inspired to recognize that they have a voice at an early age at a local level, then they'll be inspired in the long term. And so the way that we think about it, an example of this is we had a class in New York City. The most common topic that any student will want to take action on is cafeteria food. So they all want their cafeteria food to be better. So I think typically you have students say, okay, we want to take action on our cafeteria food, so what do we want? We want better cafeteria food. Okay, so that's one way of taking action. But these students actually, we have a framework for looking at taking action that focuses on what's the root cause of this problem. There's a number of root causes for why cafeteria food might not be great, but they actually realized in New York State, school cafeterias, just like restaurants, get graded on their sanitation grades like an A, B, or C, but that's not public. Like restaurants are forced to make it public. So they found and worked on a specific bill in the state legislature that would force cafeterias to make those sanitation grades public. So they got in touch with their legislatures, and they were trying to force that bill forward. And so they're actually learning about, well, this is what a state legislature does, this is what my assembly person does. They're actually engaging on a specific topic. I was talking to some 11th graders earlier this week that were working on affordable housing and gentrification in New York City. And literally we're working on a bill that would incentivize landlords to offer up affordable housing by providing tax incentives for landlords to do so. These are 11th graders that were literally talking about complex legislation like that, and then also recognized that the bill had died. Why the bill died? Because it died in committee. They were able to talk about that in a way that many citizens are not able to do so. And that's because they're actually taking real action on issues that affect their lives. So we as an organization are in 6 states. We're in New York, Rhode Island, Boston, San Francisco, Oklahoma, Texas, throughout the country, working with about 10,000 students. And it's interesting. The secretary talked earlier about the importance of civics education, but we as a country in our education system have not prioritized it at any level. But what we hear from educators on a daily basis is the extent to which they don't have time to teach this. Assessments don't reflect that we prioritize it, and there's not resources to do so. So it's one thing to give lip service to the importance of civics, but to actually put teeth behind what we need to make it happen is not something that's happening. It's not something that this administration reflected in their last budget, but it's also something that previous departments of education, Democrat and Republican, have not prioritized either. There is bipartisan consensus in Congress. Representative Tom Cole in Oklahoma, who chairs the Education Subcommittee and the Appropriations Committee, has been a big champion of this. And there were programs authorized on civics education. They haven't been appropriated, and the president's budget essentially zeroed it out. So I think you're seeing educators, like we heard on this panel, that are hungry to teach this. You're seeing students, especially in this moment, that want to talk about politics. We got to get local. That's the way to do it. But what we also need is we need to reflect that we actually prioritize this in a way that on every level we just haven't yet.
Great, thanks. So just a really quick, yes or no, let's go down the line here. Are we as a country effective in preparing students to be engaged in the civic process?
No.
If the goal is all citizens should have foundational knowledge of civics, then we could use some improvement.
No.
Not as well as we could be. I think the
Okay.
infrastructure's there, but I think it's underachieving.
All right, so I'd love to hear from you guys. How are we going to fix this? What are some of the most effective ways that we know of to engage students and to convince teachers that this is something that's important?
I'd like to answer that. I do mock Congress, and with a similar outcome like you have, because they argue back and forth. They don't understand why it has to go to a committee and why they can't get what they want. But I think today in education, we don't know what we don't know as a nation, that we have to generate a way to both in 5th grade, 8th grade, 12th grade, where most states teach civics or government, where they have experiences and understanding why it's important. as a writer for Sandra Day O'Connor's Our Courts Now Civics, the games that we created at that point in time are intriguing. Fifth graders enjoy that. And it's like osmosis. They don't realize that they're getting it. But education is the only way to do it.
Anyone else want to take that?
One thing I'll say on that, to expand on that too, just to teaching young people how to participate in our democracy is really tricky because our democracy is really tricky, not to be trite. But it's different than other subjects. So I said, just like you learn science through doing science experiments, we want kids to learn civics by doing civics. But part of the problem is that, we saw this with the Davos hearings, right? You had unprecedented energy on both sides, but unprecedented energy, a lot of people in opposition, and she passed. She became Secretary of Education. That happens a lot, right? You advocate for something and you don't get what you want. To teach young people that you have to do A, B, and C, and D might not happen, that's a hard thing to do, and that's different from any other subject. If you do everything right in math, you're going to get this result at the end. And so part of that's just recognition that, how do you teach young people that political engagement is really, really important, and also that you're not going to get what you want all the time. And so I think there's a complexity there. I think in terms of how we prioritize it, there's any number of things that can happen. I think Congress and this administration can prioritize it from a resource perspective. I think one thing that needs to be done more is that teachers, colleges need to prioritize actually teaching educators. It's a tricky subject to teach. We need to teach them how to teach it. We're not doing that, and there needs to be time in the classroom to actually do this. So teachers aren't seeing this as once we prepare all our students for all the high stakes testing that they have to do in science and math and English, we'll put this as an advisory period in 12th grade. There actually has to be dedicated time, standards assessment dedicated to it.
Could I add one more thing?
Yeah.
In NCSS, we have the House of Delegates, which in a sense replicates the House of Representatives.
Just explain for the audience what NCSS is.
NCSS is the National Council for Social Studies.
There you go.
Nationwide membership. Our executive director here, Dr. Pasca, thank you for being here to support this. And one of the things that we do in the House of Delegates is that teachers bring to the fore resolutions, which in a sense are discussed and argued. And in that way, I think we replicate the process that we need to do. We also train teachers in our Summer Leadership Institute.
We were talking backstage about that. You're traveling soon to Cincinnati to chat with teachers about how they can bring this type of curriculum into their classroom?
Correct.
Great. So it sounds like the infrastructure is potentially there. We just haven't really grasped it yet.
Yeah. Lauren, can I add, one thing that we find is that relative to other subjects, kids tend to be really engaged in social studies. So I'm not saying that they're necessarily doing engaging things, but in 2014, 69% of 8th graders said social studies was a favorite subject. Now, they're allowed to say, every class is my favorite subject, but they don't. And
That's a caveat.
69% is higher than in other subjects. In 2015, 55% of 8th graders said that science was a favorite subject, and 48% said that math was a favorite subject, and 37% said reading was a favorite activity. So 69% is a pretty good base to start from. So when you talk about infrastructure, one of the resources we seem to have is interested students.
So one thing I was thinking about in one of your answers, Scott, was the competition that civics and social studies has with other more tested subjects like math and reading, and the impact that has on the time teachers are or feel as though they can commit to something like civics. Can we chat a little bit about the push and pull there, whether schools are schools the best place to teach civics, or is this something that private organizations and nonprofits should try to step up and maybe partner with schools to help them do, or find after-school programs? I'm thinking maybe some of your initiatives that are coming down the pipeway.
Sure. I think I think our public schools are naturally the best equipped places to do a lot of these. whether it comes from the efforts of extremely dedicated teaching professionals, or from other materials drawn from any number of other potential sources. I don't think I don't think necessarily it's their role to do everything, but I think it's a unique kind of laboratory for the democratic process. I think. I was really interested to hear that students take a particular liking to social studies, and I think perhaps part of why that is that compared to math, where things are kind of dictated to you from the top down. These are your multiplication tables, learn them. Social studies and civics classes, by comparison, open it up a little bit more for the student, give them possibly for the first time in their educational career some sort of authorship over where the discussion goes, some sort of ownership of what's of what is taught and what is discussed, and the right and the ability to argue an issue from any one of a number of different perspectives. And I don't think there are very many other places that you can replicate that kind of laboratory setting. So I think whatever consensus we might come to here, I think the school system and the educators are going to be unquestionably central to it, because there just aren't very many other ways that you can create that kind of environment.
I mean, I completely agree. And public schools were created literally so that we can ensure that we had an informed and engaged citizenry, which is something that I think has been lost to some extent. And I think that having that mission front and center, I think sometimes we lose sight of the extent to which it doesn't have to be civics versus math or civics versus science, but it really can be interdisciplinary, because to be an engaged citizen, you have to hold all of those expertise at once. And so the way that we think about it is that if students are taking action on a specific, we've had students take action on water safety in their schools. They have to look at pH levels, they have to understand science. And when this is working well in English class, they're writing letters to their elected officials and making sure that they're doing persuasive communication. I think it's really interdisciplinary in terms of the skills that they're learning. So I think that that's one of the things. And to your point, if you're teaching skills that are applicable to the Common Core, which I know is controversial, but applicable to a lot of the skills that students are supposed to be learning in a way that students want to learn them, it seems like that's a win-win. But too often we pit it against each other, sometimes because of testing and sometimes because we just, in this incredibly political environment, especially as it comes to education right now, it's just not seen that educators don't feel like they have the latitude to teach it. And one thing that we've heard a lot of too, as teachers think about teaching civics and politics, especially in this day and age right now, they oftentimes treat it as the third rail, right? They know that students are talking about it. They don't want to say something out of line and have a parent complain to them about it, and then we're not providing them the resources to teach them how to teach it effectively. And so I think that's something that we have to grapple with as well.
I'd like to add to that. I think any of us, you here in the audience, any of us on the stage, can teach the efficacy of voting and the power of participatory democracy in any setting where we are. It goes in New Mexico, where I live now. I grew up as a native Texan. You probably can't tell. But we teach civics and government at the 5th grade, the 8th grade, and the 12th grade. And so that focuses us on that age group. But anyone can teach a 3-year-old how to choose and how to vote for what you choose and the consequences of what you vote for. And in my opinion, that's the essence of what we need to do as educators. Any of us here are educators.
Well, I think maybe in the 2008 and 2012 elections, a lot of civics proponents were very heartened to see how many young people were engaged in the elections, and it seems from statistics that we know now and data that did not carry over to the most recent election. Do you guys have any inkling why that might have been, and with the post-election sort of maybe civics fervor, if you will, whether you think that the pendulum will swing back the other way in our next election?
I mean, one thing specifically on that is that, so the 2014 midterm, so you mentioned 8 and 12,
Yeah.
which is something that we often do. We just talk about the presidential elections. The 2014 midterm elections had the lowest youth turnout since the census started taking account of that. 20% of 18 to 30-year-olds voted in the 2014 election. Additionally, a higher percentage of 18 to 30-year-olds voted in 1992, Clinton Gore over Bush, than in 2008. So what happens that we saw, there was this massive youth turnout for Obama, which we were on a steady decline from 1992 to 2008. In 2008, it jumped, but not to the extent that it was before. So this is something this is not unique to any specific candidate. It's not something that's specific to any specific period. It's been on a downturn, and Obama was able to get it up a bit. So I think 2016 was just returning to levels. We can talk about how ugly the election was, but this is just us not prioritizing caring about young people, demonstrating that they matter, and so a vicious cycle ensues where they see politicians not paying attention to them, and so they tune out. And then what happens is, around September, October of a presidential election year, presidential candidates start talking about issues that might matter to young people. We get the mandatory stories about the youth vote. Will they turn out? Will they not turn out? And that's the only time we talk about young people, is the month or two before presidential elections. We should be talking and engaging young people now for not just the midterms, but the gubernatorial races in Virginia and New Jersey. New Jersey just had a gubernatorial primary with terrible turnout. So it's the type of thing where I think we get in trouble, especially with young people, when we just talk about the presidential years.
I was essentially going to say what he said. I think that just focusing on many things. None of them are political scientists or policy wonk or statisticians. So this is just my general sense. But I agree that in 2008 and 2012, I think it probably said more. I think it probably said more about Barack Obama's ability to connect with younger voters than it says about increasing interest in the overall process. So I think that to an extent obscured the larger trends. As Scott mentioned, this is something that had been in decline for a while and had a little bit of a bounce and then went back to where it was. And I think I think the problems are pretty well as he diagnosed them. I don't think we've done nearly as good a job as we can convincing our youth, convincing our students that their voices matter as part of the political process, and whether that's the role of civics education and how we might be coming up short there, how that factors in. I'm not an expert on, but I found your perspective very compelling. But yeah, I think it speaks to the broader challenge of getting our youth to be convinced that. That their voices matter, that they can matter as part of the political process. Possibly, because many of them think, I don't remember what my attitudes on it were in high school. How different might it be if the voting age was 16 and not 18? If you could. If they were able to participate earlier, if they were able to participate just as they were kind of coming into, as they were starting to come into their more mature years, and were able to have more of a role in it. At the same time, they're getting their civics education. I mean, that's kind of a moonshot solution. But it's one of the many things that we might do to convince our youth that their voices matter in the process.
And just quickly on that, so there's two towns in Maryland, Tacoma Park and Hyattsville, that actually lowered the voting age to 16 just in local elections. And I think it's one of those ideas we've been exploring and promoting it at Generation Citizen. It's one of those ideas where people first hear it and they say, oh, that's ridiculous, 16-year-olds are too young. But because of the point you made, there's actually a lot of research that from 1971, which is when we lowered the voting age from 21 to 18 as a result of Vietnam, that the overall voting rate has gone down because 18 isn't a great age to start voting at. Young people are in school or they're the workforce, they're not thinking about it. If you can get them voting, we're just talking about local elections at 16, then you create that habitual norm of voting. If you vote in your first election, you're much more statistically likely to vote in subsequent elections. And there's a lot of countries around the world. Scotland did it in the recent referendum. There's a lot of Scandinavian countries, South American countries that do this and see an aggregate higher voting rate. So I think we do need to explore possibilities like that.
If you guys could have your wish list of all wish lists from Secretary DeVos, if she had the ability to sort of wave her magic wand and help or engage more students in civics, what would you ask her to do? What is your wish list?
I would ask her to encourage everyone she spoke to realize that they were teachers. And teaching about the U.S. Constitution is the most important thing that they can learn. They have to learn to read, but this teaches what we need to do. With the former secretary, he was at our NCSS, National Council for Social Studies conference here in D.C. In December. And
Secretary John King.
Excuse me?
John King.
Yeah, Secretary John King. And his attitudes then were amazing. If we could just shape those into our new secretary, that those are the things that we need to include in any conversation when she speaks to any group. I think they're opposite personalities and perhaps different politically, but the idea is still the same, that we have to teach kids. When I was in President Obama's, this is my last comment, President Obama's office as New Mexico Teacher of the Year in 2010, one of the things when he asked me what I taught, I told him civics and government. And he said, "Are you making good citizens?" And I said, "No, Mr. President, I'm making good citizens of those who can be citizens, but I have 11 illegal students this year, and those need to be learning the same thing as well, because one day they will be in a situation, hopefully, where they too can vote." Thank you.
I mean, I think often, the Federal Department of Education obviously has, I think sometimes we overinflate the role that it has. That said, it makes, resource decisions, and so actually putting resources behind it. This is not on this secretary, but Civics has continually been housed under the Office of Safe and Drug-Free Schools at the Department of Education, which essentially means that our Federal Department of Education is saying that Civics is a way to safer and drug-free schools, as opposed to actually creating an engaged citizenry. So that'd be nice to actually prioritize it. And so actually prioritizing the budget. The one thing I'll say, not to get political, but I do think obviously there's been a lot of tension in this specific Department of Education about the secretary's commitment to public schools. And I will say that in a lot of the students that we work with, one of the challenges, and we work in predominantly low-income schools, is that they are being told throughout their lives that the institutions don't care about them. So if you walk into schools with dilapidated walls, through metal detectors, at a public school, essentially the message that you're receiving is the public institutions do not care about me. I think the secretary can be much more forceful in articulating the fact that public schools are, the bedrock of this country and the bedrock of our country's citizenry. And that's something that goes a long way in encouraging young people to actually participate in the public process.
I don't have anything particularly meaningful to add to what Scott said. Certainly nothing that's going to get a second round of applause, which I know audiences are well. They're like, we just applauded for the one guy. But however any federal secretary of education can do it, and they don't. And they don't have a magic wand. It's hard to make things quickly come straight from the top in that fashion. I would reiterate what others have said in terms of a real demonstrated commitment to civic education, learning the Constitution, learning the Bill of Rights, learning the foundations of our democracy, so that they can get out there and get on the streets and get voting and get petition signing, whatever can make them feel that they have some agency in their educational process. I think civics education is a great way of doing it, because I think and this is. This is, I think, just a universal feature of education, is that students very frequently feel that they don't have much say in what they're able to do and what powers they have as students. And I think giving resources for civics education is one way that we really can give them some agency, that we really can give them a real ownership stake in their educational experience. And to that, to that effect, it's not really a Secretary of Education's job, but things like giving every student access to culture, access to museums, access to libraries, access to engage with educational processes on the whole, to become better citizens of their country, better citizens of the world. I think it makes us better and more humane people. I think it increases our quality of life. And I think that is not central to, but is some part of the process of making a well-cultivated citizen. So making sure, among other things, that access to culture is available at all socioeconomic levels, however we have to do it.
Have anything to add?
I'm the numbers guy.
The numbers guy. All right, you're getting off easy.
Concise.
Well, I hate to pick on you again, Peter, but I did want to have you talk a little bit about what we're seeing going on college campuses right now, talking about civic engagement and making students feel like they have a voice. We've seen successive issues across campuses right now, where speakers are being disinvited or speaking events canceled due to the potential harm or potential. A lot of college campus presidents and administrators are feeling nervous about not being able to protect the safety, not being able to ensure the safety of their students when some controversial speakers are invited. This is sort of flaring up right now. How is your organization dealing with this? How are you guys trying to, use this as a teachable moment to help students understand that it's not about necessarily whether you agree or disagree with a speaker. It's about, engaging and, being able to be informed enough to have a debate.
Sure. That's
You've
a
got
heck
this,
of a...
Peter.
Yeah. Anything else? Anything else
Let
I
me
can... can I sort out healthcare while we're at it?
Absolutely.
It's what you talked about. There are things I've been at Fire for 9 years, and these are things that we have seen we've seen off and on occasionally. But in the last few months, it's difficult, and I hesitate to extrapolate any broader national trends from a handful of headline-grabbing incidents. But we have had, there's controversial speakers coming to college campuses have always been a fixture of the college campus. But this year we've seen a handful of cases where physical violence resulted from the attempts, sometimes on the part of students, sometimes on the part of community members who aren't connected with the universities in question, to physically blockade events. In one particularly frightening case at Middlebury College, a professor of political science was injured by protesters trying to protect the speaker, the social scientist Charles Murray, as she was escorting him from the venue to their car. Those are a handful of mostly outlier incidents. I wonder a lot, what separates a campus where that kind of thing happens from one where it doesn't, because. I know from after the time at Middlebury, I'm using Charles Murray's example. He came down to Villanova University outside Philadelphia, and it essentially went off fine. There was essentially, there was some protest and a little bit of uncivil discourse, but all kind of well within the bounds of what it is to live in a pluralistic society. It's. If there's anything that separates, that might separate those universities, it's that they have done, some of them may have done a better job than others at creating an overall culture of respect for not just freedom of expression, but for pluralism and civil discourse more generally. what we've seen apart from these major incidents is just a lot of small instances of students saying, we're not interested in the discussion. We're not interested in opening up this topic to discussion. We're not only not interested in participating in the discussion, fine, anyone's free to participate in anything like that or not that they want, but not only are we not interested in participating in the discussion, we're going to do everything we can to make sure it can't happen here. And it doesn't speak highly of an overall high value being placed on civil discourse. And I don't, I think it goes farther back than their college experiences, but it gets very hard to diagnose. I don't think we've done. I don't think we've done all we can. I don't think we've used the resources that we have as well as we can to instill those values from an earlier age. And it gets very difficult. It gets very difficult to do so as you get on in years, as you become more formed, as you become more kind of set in your ways. It becomes hard to kind of acquire those values if they haven't, if you haven't had the time to internalize them.
And Peggy and Scott, is this sort of a teachable moment? Is this something that you guys would maybe grab onto and use in some way to, as an example of?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Because when you can take a current event, something that's happening, they may not be watching CNN, because I go back between Fox and CNN and all these, and they may not know, but they have a visual and a heart for realizing the conflicts that are going on in our nation. And I think we have to stop, no matter who we are, and teach about civic discourse and why it's important and why peaceful civil discourse is okay. It's like Brown v. Board. I'm sorry, I have to go back to the court because those court cases are our pattern for looking at Plessy v. Ferguson when they walked across the John Pettus Bridge. When we look at those things, those are a part of our history. And that's something that must be breathed in, if I can use that verb incorrectly, to all of us and taught at that moment. It's a teachable moment.
Expand on that a little bit. As a teacher, did you find the curriculum you were using sufficient to excite and engage your students, or were you sort of grasping at straws? Does there need to be more thought put into how you do this?
I used the textbook that I was given, a classroom set, occasionally. But most of the time, I use political cartoons, always. Secondly, I use the We the People curriculum. I'm speaking Saturday, as a matter of fact, at Arizona, and I said I wasn't going to be but I have to answer this because Arizona and New Mexico are having a We the People meeting in Albuquerque, and they asked me to talk about this very thing. So I have my 3 different editions of We the People stacked on my kitchen table on my husband's placemat, not mine. But, but the thing is, we have to, if we don't engage in talking about the controversial issues that we have today, who will?
Did you have anything to add?
Yeah, I mean, I think I agree. I mean, one of the things that I don't think we're teaching, so discourse and teaching controversial issues at a young enough age, I think is a tough thing to teach, and I think we have to train teachers how to do it. I also think that we often talk about civic engagement, and I'm curious from a statistical perspective. We think about it from a knowledge perspective. How much do they know about the political process? Are they voting? Sort of specific statistics like that. When you think about creating and cultivating engaged citizens, part of being part of a democracy is being able to actually engage with people that have divergent opinions. And that's something that is it's more challenging to measure that, it's more challenging to teach that. And so I think it's because of that, it's not something that we necessarily cultivate as much, but it's sort of this small d, deep democracy stuff that a lot of times when we think about, are students civically engaged or not, we think about participation, and we don't necessarily think about those other factors. So I think it's really important, but I think partially because it's harder to measure, we're not necessarily doing as good of a job of that. But I think it's crucial. I also think there's better behavior that can be modeled from both sides in this city and across the country. And there's a lot of stats that show that polarization and partisanship is worse than it's ever been, which I think makes it more important than ever to be focusing on encouraging young people to actually learn to talk to each other.
Mm-hmm.
You mentioned a pluralistic society earlier. What we don't want is to say one viewpoint or the other is right. That's not a democracy. And so in order for this to work, you actually need students to engage on it, but it's hard to teach, it's hard to measure, it's hard to train teachers how to do that well.
Yeah, I had just one other thing. In terms of the high school and lower school experience, I think one issue, one hindrance to creating, I think, an overall healthy environment for civil discourse is that there are so many checks within the school system that's very easy to fall back on that have the effect of reducing discourse. It is much easier to teach a kind of bland overview of the Supreme Court than it is to get to put one half of your students on one side of the room, the other half on the other, and say we're gonna relitigate Roe v. Wade today. That's very invigorating, but for a lot of teachers also properly terrifying, because you're essentially you're essentially just sort of opening the barn door and kind of letting everything go, letting everything out, letting the argument go where it goes, and there are a lot of pressures against doing that. Teachers are, I think a lot of educators are worried that something is going to get back to them. Someone is, the school board is going to get a complaint from a parent or from a student. There are a lot of those kinds of checks, and there are, it's also true that, in terms of the First Amendment within lower schools and high schools, there's a lot, there's a lot more that schools are able to do to restrict expression that might cause a kind of disruption, anything that that can even kind of vaguely be construed as school-sponsored expression. So there are all sorts of ways that. There are all sorts of ways that discourse can be sort of shut off at the tap, not because I think that that schools have some craven intention of doing this, but because when they have so many other things to do and so many potential pitfalls of doing this particular thing, it just becomes an easier fallback. Our teachers are overworked and underpaid. They have a gajillion obligations, of which classroom teaching is only one of them. So there are all sorts of checks, all sorts of downward pressure, and I think a long-term consequence of that potentially is that students get to college, and that opportunity to give a strong foundation on real civil discourse has been missed.
Great. Well, thank you guys for such a invigorating discussion. We're going to open it up to questions. If anyone has questions, you can go to either side. There are microphones if you want to just make a line.
Lauren, you had been in my classroom. I have kids standing in the corner. And then, though, I changed the circumstances, and they can move wherever they want.
I think that's
Okay.
so.
Got it. All right, we're going to start. We'll just go boom, 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 boom. So.
Hello, my name is Megan Lovelace, and I'm a family
I'm sorry,
leader.
I'm just going to interrupt you for one. If you could ask a question and not sort of, pontificate on things, but get to the question so that we can, as many people can ask as possible. Thanks.
Thank you. Building off of the panel's discussion about systemic poverty and racism that currently exists in the system. And so my question is, as we engage young people in the discussions about civics, very specifically when they take that deep dive and they begin to see some of the processes and how they can oftentimes perpetuate these systemic issues of racism and poverty. What kind of language and what kind of skill sets are you giving then to those young people to continue to engage in lieu of their new knowledge about those systems? Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, so I think it's a really apt question, and on the two poles you have either the system is so fundamentally broken that there's no amount of participation that will do anything because of systemic racism and oppression and all of that. On the other side you have, well, all you need to do is participate and everything will be better, right? So I think if we, and a lot of times, you know, we're working in schools, as I said earlier, that you do have these fundamental problems that you can, you know, teach, you know, black males in New York about police community relations, but if they're going to be stop and frisked on the way home from school, that's a problem. I think that part of it is how do you teach students about those realities while also giving them tools to engage, and as I said earlier, ensuring that that engagement continues long term. So just as an example of this, we had a class in Texas that was working on a bill, Senate Bill 4, that had to do with Texas, the state of Texas was trying to do away with sanctuary cities. And so they were working on that bill, and the bill passed, which is not what they wanted to have happen. So they're crushed, they're devastated. But what the teacher said is that, you know, this is what democracy is, and as tough as that is, you know, you have to, this is just one fight in the battle. And so I think it's a hard message sometimes, but I think it's how do you recognize their realities while also encouraging them to continue to participate. There's no easy answer there because of what you said, but I think it's crucial that we don't teach them the system is so broken that they can't do anything.
I think I'll just add, I think there's a unique challenge to teaching young teenagers about, you know, it's hard. You know, I remember sitting in a lecture by a long time a prominent gay rights activist, and he summed up the movement struggle as, you know, essentially being we lost and 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 continued with this for decades, and then we won. So it's hard to, you know, it's uniquely hard, I think, to teach, you know, to teach those kinds of lessons to students who, you know, who haven't been alive long enough to see the long-term effects, you know, to see long-term social transformations really take place. I think that just militates more to us having to do it, and I think, you know, when it comes to, you know, when it comes to the concern about, you know, some of the, you know, the political process as a potential tool for expanding the power, you know, the rights of the powerful over the powerless, you know, perpetuating oppression. In some cases, you know, in some cases, sure. But if we teach them that the lesson to take from that is to give up on the process or become cynical about the process, all we do is guarantee that nothing will ever change.
Yeah, especially in today's climate of instant gratification. Did you have anything you wanted to add?
I just want to say we can't quit.
Okay.
We do a Socratic seminar with different, different types of circumstances, and change the circumstances and make them come up with that discussion. Mm-hmm. Because getting high school students, particularly, even fourth graders, getting students to understand there's always two sides of an issue and to argue about it will give them a focus. Oh, maybe this is okay. Maybe that is another way I could look at it. That's my opinion.
Great.
Yeah. My name's Li Yang. Thanks for your presentation. I think about education, basically for a better, perfect union, we really need a reform. Currently, I see you can see, first of all, students are not developing their justice and conscience and fairness. So now they are just following the money. They are following their leaders, the legislator, whoever get the most money or whoever has the official capacity, then they just follow them rather than they got to do things right. They got to have some good candidate coming out. So they got to allow the candidate to speak rather than obstruction, not allow good candidate to speak. And
So
then
is there
you
a
also
question
have,
that you have? Is there a specific question? Are you
my
asking?
specific question is they are identify the problem and have some reform.
Okay,
And then
great.
currently the resources are diverted to benefit a few rather than benefit the students. So
Great.
they label student as inferior or some sort of racial profiling. They identify their parents. If they are rich, they want to get rich. They victimize
So
their
I think
resources.
do you guys want to respond to how we could maybe reform our civic engagement system, or how you could teach students about how they can become involved in any type of political reforming that they deem necessary to the process? Or
Go for it, Scott.
It's a big question.
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the things, and
Thank you.
it goes off things that we've been talking about, is just, I think there's a tendency to be cynical right now. I think one thing, and you were talking about the gay rights movement, I mean, you look at any successful social movement in this country, it was led by young people. It took a while, but I think the unique blend of idealism and seeing the world for what it can be rather than what it is something that young people have uniquely done. So I think, I mean, it's easier, we're talking about the low voting rates of young people. It's easy to say, well, they should be participating more. I do think that there's a moment right now, which is really interesting, where people are waking up to the fact that they have to participate. And so the question is, how can we ensure that we're creating the type of civics education that actually builds into that unique moment?
Hi. So it's kind of along the same lines, but we all agree that teaching civics, teaching democracy and the importance of democracy, the elements of democracy are important. Teachers are hungry to teach it. Students actually like learning about it, and yet we're told at the same time that teachers' colleges aren't emphasizing it, aren't making it a priority. The Department of Ed's not making it a priority. How do we change that, and what actions can we take to change that so it does become a priority?
That's a great question.
I'll take no apparent easy
You're
answer.
sort of involved in it, Peggy. You know, I think we can't quit. I think we have to continue in every venue that we are to talk about the outcome. What is civic education? What happens? Pro-con. And let them see at any age, or even adults, that there is a consequence for our choices. As a voter, we have only one vote. I registered 18-year-olds to vote. I know that doesn't surprise you. But registering them to vote, sometimes I didn't know if they were citizens or not, or could they vote or not. And being willing to step out on the end of the diving board and jump in and take a plunge is, to me, the key in education. We can't quit. We have to keep on moving on and telling others about what civics really is. It's active. It's action civics.
And it sounds like, hearing from Scott and Peter, that there's might be a lot of opportunity for schools to partner with some of these nonprofits or organizations to come up with lesson plans or ideas about how to better engage students.
Yeah, and another concrete thing, I mean, that Every Student Succeeds Act, which is the latest education bill that was just passed last year, actually has opportunities for funding for civics education. States are putting together strategic plans that essentially indicate how they're going to spend that money. So in a lot of states, there's opportunities to ensure that departments of education are actually prioritizing it. There's also state legislatures that are considering different ways of prioritizing civics on their in their own departments of education. And so Illinois passed a pretty effective bill last year. Massachusetts has a bill going on right now. So there's actual, I mean, this is sort of taking civic action to promote civics, but there's concrete stuff that can be done.
So it's almost more effective to approach it on a state level?
I think.
Yeah, I would.
Yeah. Probably.
Yeah, a lot of what the new education law does is return power to the states from the federal government. So you're seeing a lot of things evolve now from the state level. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hi. I was just wondering, what do you think the effect of the 2016 election will be on political efficacy in young voters who are newly able to vote and people who are just going to be able to vote, high schoolers today? Will it increase political efficacy, decrease it, or what is steps that high school teachers can take to instill political efficacy in these new voters who might be disillusioned at the federal government right now, maybe?
Thank you.
Possibly.
It's a great question.
I mean, yeah, it's a hard, I've got to think that if we're examining an entire population and it looks at the results of the 2016 election and it has the choice of becoming more active and more vocal or being like, oh well, I guess I'm going to go, I guess I'm going to go play on my Xbox One. I think they're going to, I don't see the current generation of young voters becoming more apathetic and becoming less interested in the process. I think it's gonna be really hard, and I speak as again a non-expert on predicting these kinds of macro trends, but I think there's a lot, there's a lot that they can do that they weren't able to do until pretty recently. Just the to name one thing that they have today that I didn't have when I was in high school was the ability to have, for better and worse, an active social media presence. But it's how it's how, and you've seen this especially in other countries around the world. A lot of people's first experience with politics and big movements was through political campaigns waged on social media, and so I think there are those opportunities there where they can see, they can look at a big movement take shape quickly and be able to go like, wow, I was a part of that. And I was able to be part of this force that mobilized and did some good. So I think there are those opportunities there. I don't think we can take it for granted that. I don't think we can take it for granted that that our young voters are going to look at the current situation and just all completely on their own become more active and engaged citizens. I think it's I think it's time for the rest of the community, the other pillars of the educational community, to step up also. I think that I think that a lot of our younger students want to, and so we have to help them do it.
Dan, did you want to add something?
Yeah, I don't want to deny the apathy, but to just
the
kind
numbers guy speaks.
Right.
Yes, our numbers guy.
A little context. So in addition to the national assessment, we participate in some international surveys, and we participate in a survey of adult work skills that's international, and in that we ask some questions about how much people are engaged in, say, volunteer activities, and we ask about how much influence they think that they have in the government, and we ask about trust. And so the United States has, compared to the international average, more volunteerism. So 44% of adults say that they're unengaged in volunteer activities. And that compares with internationally, the number is 66%. And also Americans tend to say more than the international average that they have influence over in the government. So I think that's not to deny the apathy. It's also true that the United States is higher on feeling that they can't trust. So, it's a mixed bag, but it's not, it's not completely a negative story about adults' engagement in civil life. Now that's adults all ages,
Right.
not young people.
Okay, good perspective though. Thank you. Yeah.
Recently, on many of our local college campuses, there have been people engaged in anonymous expressions of their viewpoints, some of which are deeply offensive, such as bananas with nooses around them at American University. And I'm just wondering, how do you take this freedom of expression and their First Amendment rights, and how do you teach about that and teach about possible limits to First Amendment rights in recognition of how deeply disturbing parts of society can find such actions? And I do believe actions like that also lead others to extreme acts, such as stabbing students of a different color.
Thank you.
How do you teach about the limits of free expression?
Thanks.
I think free expression is really not free, in the sense that if it's free for me, it doesn't give me the right to take away your speech or to criticize your speech. And I think that's one way we as teachers can model. I remember someone asked me, how did I know whether a kid was illegal or not? Because I couldn't ask him. The way teachers can pick up on those processes, the political cartoons that I've seen today have made me so sad, because I grew up when I was in college at Trinity. Many of us led a boycott because one of us was African American, the other three were us white girls, and we walked out of the restaurant because of that. Sharing those experiences, being willing to put yourself out there, to me is the answer. I don't know if that answers your question, but I believe very strongly that what you said is happening.
I'll just
go for it, Peter.
Yeah. I'm getting all the easy questions today. This is a little unfair. I mean, I'll just add that I think I agree that's a very difficult challenge, and I think there's the question about teaching. There's a question about teaching what the limits of free speech are, and in a sense that's easy because our courts have been spending many decades figuring out what free speech's limitations are, when it crosses the line into being an actionable threat on another individual or group, when it crosses the line into something like obscenity, when it crosses the line into harassment. So teaching students teaching students where those limits are is not in itself all that difficult a job. It's teaching it's teaching that these are all of the privileges that it gives, or these are all the rights that it gives. These are all the things you can do with the First Amendment, including a lot of really violent explosive things, which are required by the sense of protected if you're just going to have to be real effective. It's teaching that and how in concert with that to nurture a better overall climate for expression, a better overall climate for this. That is, my organization and I are spending most of the next couple of years seeing how we can rise to answering that question, because it's a very difficult one, and it's going to involve a lot of talking and listening to students and to other educators and administrators. But it's a difficult needle to thread, which is why we should try.
And one last question.
You seem to have assumed that good citizenship, education for citizenship, is an agreed upon goal, and I think perhaps really minimized the institutional and social opposition to good citizenship. Even if sincere convictions are expressed with unfailing diplomacy and civility, they cannot help but be upsetting and disturbing to those who disagree. And given that schools have an institutional role of disciplining students, and there have been a number of cases. I remember the Bong Hits for Jesus case, where the expression of freedom, which to me is perhaps the very essence of good citizenship, was viewed as a threat to the established order. And there are perhaps fewer parents on left and right who would welcome their sons and daughters coming home with different political values than their students had when they entered the schools.
Anyone want to take that as the last?
Yeah, I mean, I think I've joked before that. I mean, one of the ironies here is that schools are probably the least democratic institution in the country, right? I mean, you're right in that in many circumstances they are these pillars of, you know, trying to make young people learn things without actually encouraging them to express their own opinions. But I think there's a lot of possibility for schools to actually be laboratories for democracy. And so you're seeing that happen in a lot of places where we work with a lot of schools that actually embrace this, that embrace student voice, that embrace civic engagement. I think you're seeing that happen more and more. And I think it always had pendulum swing in education. There wasn't enough accountability. And so, you know, we became sort of very robust testing that ensued, and I think it's swinging back a bit in terms of recognizing the importance of building some of the so-called soft skills. So I think that historically, especially in recent history, where schools have been seen as these centers of, you know, students learn and then they go out, that you are experiencing, you know, and this might be in pockets, but it's happening more and more, places where administrators, district officials, teachers are actively encouraging young people to voice their opinion. You know, sometimes we'll talk to people that say, yeah, but their institutions or public institutions are never actually been able to do that. You don't really have a choice. There's no institution in this country that touches as many people on a deep level on an everyday basis that are public schools. So we need to figure out how to actually make sure that they can encourage youth voice.
Great. Well, thank you to the National Archives for hosting this panel. Thank you to these great panelists.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have to take just a short break to switch out the panels. Don't go far because we're going to start up as soon as we can, probably in just about 3 to 5 minutes. Thank you. So, our next panel will take a look at the history of the Bill of Rights, citizens' involvement and contributions to amending the Constitution, and what is needed to boost citizen action in problem-solving today's political, social, and economic challenges. Our moderator, Michelle Martin, draws on her deep reporting and interviewing experience to dig into the week's news as weekend host of All Things Considered. Martin came to National Public Radio in 2006 and launched Tell Me More, a one-hour daily NPR news and talk show that aired on NPR stations nationwide from 2007 to 2014 and dipped into thousands of important conversations taking place in the corridors of power, but also in houses of worship and barbershops and beauty shops and PTA meetings, town halls, and at the kitchen table. She spent more than 25 years as a journalist, first in print with major newspapers and then in television. Martin joined NPR from ABC News, where she worked since 1992. She served as correspondent for Nightline from 1996 to 2006, reporting on such subjects as the congressional budget battles, the U.S. Embassy bombings in Africa, racial profiling, and the aftermath of Hurricane Katrina. At ABC, she also contributed to numerous programs and specials, including the network's award-winning coverage of September 11th, a documentary on Anita Hill, Clarence Thomas controversy, a critically acclaimed AIDS special, and reports for the ongoing series America in Black and White. Martin reported for the ABC News magazine Day One, winning an Emmy for her coverage of the international campaign to ban the use of landmines, and was a regular panelist on This Week with George Stephanopoulos. She hosted the 13-episode series Life 360, an innovative program incorporating documentary, film, performance, and personal narrative. Please welcome Michelle Martin and the panel.
Sorry you had to sit through all that introduction. My goodness, that's just like my whole CV there. So thank you all so much for staying and being part of this conversation. And we hope it's going to be a dynamic conversation at this point in the afternoon. I'm sure you're ready to kind of stretch a little bit. So please feel free to move in. It's not church, so you could move in if you'd like to. And I'm really excited to be having this conversation today, and in part because this is something that we've been thinking about quite a lot. And thank you to David for that conversation. And one of the live events that we've been doing at NPR, in fact, just last week, we did a very rich and interesting conversation in Scranton, Pennsylvania, about this very question. So I feel it'll be interesting having been at a place that many people feel forgotten, to come to a place where many people feel gets far too much attention, and to have the same conversation. And I'm delighted to have it with Sabila Rahman, Assistant Professor of Law at Brooklyn Law School, Susan Herman, President of the American Civil Liberties Union, David Azara directs the B. Kenneth Simon Center for Principles and Policy at the Heritage Foundation, and last but certainly not least, Vincent Warren, who is the Executive Director of the Center for Constitutional Rights. And you know all of their work, even if you don't know it is their work, because many of the people on this program have been involved in some of the most provocative and difficult questions that we engage in and currently engage in, as citizens. The question of where our rights as individuals ends and public safety begins. What is that line between, privacy, safety, security, and dignity? And all of our guests, both in addition to the titles that you know them by or that I've just shared with you, all of them write, publish, or teach, or in Vincent's case, are also practitioners in court on these issues, as is Professor Rahman and, of course, Susan Herman. And David, if you don't mind my sharing, too, we also have the cousin's perspective, because David shares that he's a Canadian citizen. And so...
I'm not a citizen.
So not a citizen, but you've got the cousin's perspective, right?
And I aspire to become one day, so.
Well, that's something we can talk about, right? Don't we think?
Sure.
Because some people I hear are aspiring to go the other way. That's what
I'm willing
That's what I hear.
I'm willing to trade if anyone's interested. So talk to me
some,
after.
Some might be. So with that, let's start by asking the question. I'd like to ask, what is your assessment of our civic culture at the moment? And why do you say that? And the reason I asked that question is that, in our event at Scranton last week, one of our guests was a former speechwriter for President Clinton who's written a number of books about citizenship. His latest is You Are More Powerful Than You Think. His name is Eric Liu. And he said that he thinks that our civic culture is sick. And I also note that great philosopher Garth Brooks, who I interviewed this summer at South by Southwest, and he said, how did we get from not agreeing on some things to not agreeing on anything? So with that setting the table, why don't I just start this way and say, what is your assessment of our civic culture at the moment, and why do you say that?
At the moment, at this moment, I have a very positive and warm, fuzzy feeling about our civic engagement. I think what I'm seeing is a quest to be more involved in what decisions are being made, a quest to understand a little bit more about why those decisions are being made, and I think very importantly, people are trying to dive into what are the actual facts that are the basis for the decisions that are being made. So I think, I might have shared the view that over a period of time that our civic engagement was quite lackluster and I think apathetic. But I am seeing, and I think in large part because of the issues that have been raised in the last election, that people really, really are starting to care. I'm not saying that they're caring in a way that leads automatically to more engagement generally. I think people care almost from a negative sense, in the sense that a lot of people woke up and said, what is this electoral college thing that just happened? What is that about? And it was not so much because of a sort of an academic interest in it. I think it was more because things didn't work the way that folks expected them to work. And I think that's a very good basis for learning and engagement, understanding why that is and what's going on. So my short answer would be, this is a very good moment. I think that's, looking down the road, we might look back on as one of the golden ages of American engagement.
Professor Rahman?
Yeah, just building off of Vince's remarks, I think I share that view to some degree. I think I'd describe it as both flourishing but also deeply constrained or strained even. And by that what I mean is I think, first thing we have to recognize is not all periods in history are the same in terms of politics. And I think if you take a big picture view, we are living in a time of particular social, economic, political upheaval and transformation. And so that means that there is that upsurge of people trying to get more involved, trying to reassert a sense of collective ownership over the decisions that affect all of us. So that's a plus, absolutely. But I think the strain comes not so much in terms of left-right, but that our institutions for civic engagement, for collective governance, are really not up to the task at the moment of solving these types of large collective problems. And there are a number of reasons, and I'm sure we can get into that. But I think our standard way of organizing politics, whether it's in terms of campaign financing or the organization of our political parties, is just really not set up to deal with this upsurge of concern and desire to be more engaged. And so that's part of the friction that we're facing now. And I'd actually date this not just to the election, but even going back further as part of the larger repercussions of the financial crisis, that many of the politics of our current political concerns of the current moment come out of the long tail of what that crisis meant for a lot of communities and for a lot of people who are trying to make it, to this day.
Susan?
Well, before agreeing, maybe I'll start with the but. I think my answer would be it depends on what part of civic engagement you're looking at. If you look at how we're doing in terms of people voting, we're not doing well, both because we don't have very good voter turnout and because we have a lot of ways in which we're discouraging people from voting. So the direct engagement is not good, which maybe we can talk about. What you're saying about people being so polarized that it seems like we can't talk to each other is also a terrible problem that I hope we'll talk about because it's a real problem. But I totally agree with Vince and Sabile that the good news is that people themselves are speaking out. Gunter Grass once said that the job of the citizen is to keep his mouth open And we've been seeing a lot of open mouths around the country. We've seen the Women's March. We've seen thousands of people spontaneously showing up at airports to protest the travel bans. We've seen people all over the country going to town halls to want to engage their legislators and talk back. The ACLU has over 1 million new members since the election, and they're all saying, what can we do to help? So perhaps later, if we had the chance, I'd love to talk to you about people power, which is how we're trying to...
whatever you want to talk about.
You want to talk about that now?
No, but I mean, let's hear from
later
David,
on.
but we'll talk about whatever you want to talk about.
didn't
We have
want
an
to take
hour,
too
so...
long. Great.
So however you define it, because that is one of the things that I'm sort of pushing people on is like, what's your data point? What's your evidence? I mean, I do think it's important right now for people to be able to sort of offer evidence about their position. I mean, for example, as an example of people power, would you say the Tea Party movement qualifies as part of people power
Yeah, I think
as well?
it does. They've had their mouths very open. And I think people all across the political spectrum right now are trying to learn from the Tea Party people about how they mobilized. What we're doing at the ACLU, just as a preview, is the people power idea. That's our version of civic engagement. And we have over 100,000 people now on the list of people who want to be activists. And so what we're trying to do is to train them about how you have demonstrations, how you have events, how you lobby your local legislators. We are handing out model ordinances that they can bring to their chief of police or their city council about how to do better policing or how to have better immigration policy. And what we're seeing is that, as Vince was saying, they're just people rising up and wanting to help be the government. They don't, they want to speak back to the government. They want to talk about what they think the government is doing right, what the government is doing wrong. And so I think we really are at a moment here where if we're able to build on this, I think we have tremendous engagement, ways in which people want to be engaged. That doesn't mean we don't have a lot of problems and obstacles, but I do agree that there's a lot of positive energy, and that's my evidence.
Mm-hmm. David?
I, for one, am worried about the divisions in this country. That said, I'm young, and there's a tendency to always believe that our age is unique, but politics by nature is contentious. To have politics means to have contention. I mean, undemocratic countries are united because they don't disagree about anything. The founders were deeply divided, and we had a civil war. So I think one needs to keep that in mind. Now, that being said, Lincoln says, if you go to the Lincoln Memorial on the second inaugural, that we pray to the same God. So there were terrible divisions, but there was a certain cultural unity, which we no longer seem to have. And there seems to be a lot of tension, resentment, animosity, not so much between the left and the right. I see less of an ideological divide than a sociological top-right divide between the elites who live in big cities and go to universities and are comfortable in the new economy. And I don't know what percentage of the country that is either being left behind, feels that it's being left behind, and they may vote in different ways, but there's definitely animosity and resentment between the two. So I don't know how to de-escalate the rhetoric, and I wouldn't want passivity. It's good to have, in a republic, Madison praised the vigilant and manly spirit of the American people. So people should be engaged, but maybe sometimes they can take it a little bit too far, either in their opposition or in demonizing other people and forgetting that there are fellow citizens. Or, in my case, I hope they'll be my fellow citizens one day.
Fellow residents.
Fellow residents.
Neighbors, exactly, cousins. In many countries, the citizen's role is defined by obligations to the state. In this country, many people define the citizen's role by freedom from the state. So I wanted to ask each of you, how do you define the citizen's role? And what's your North Star in that? David, why don't you start that one?
Yeah, that's a tough question because you're right. I mean, one of the hallmarks of a liberal order, small l such as ours, is the separation between civil society and the government. America is not Sparta, it's not Rome. We have representatives who are tasked with governing on our behalf. And we're a commercial republic. The expectation is the bulk of our lives will be consumed with our private pursuits. I wouldn't be comfortable saying that there's a duty to vote. I don't think it would make sense in America to mandate citizens vote the way is the case in Australia. That being said, I think there should be strong exhortations to vote. There should be strong exhortations for citizens to be informed, to know their country's history, to be attached to it. But at the end of the day, we live in a country that, by design, expects the citizens' lives to mostly be consumed with their private pursuits. And citizenship in America is not going to be citizenship in Sparta or in Rome.
Okay, but speaking in positive terms, if you would, how do you see the role as citizen? And what is your North Star when it comes to that, recognizing that you still got the bystander's perspective at the
to me,
moment?
it would be,
my country right or wrong, an attachment to my country. I can still criticize it, and America has done things and continues to do things that demand that it be criticized, but I would put the love of country first. And I think that's one of the big splits you'll find in America is, what do you first see when you look at your country? Do you see the sins of the fathers, or do you see the great deeds of the father? And there are both. No one denies it. But what should loom largest in the minds of citizens? And I think that as citizens, we have a duty to love our country. That's not incompatible with wanting to change it, to improve it. But I think the love of country should loom largest. And the more you foster grievances, the more you teach that America is corrupt and racist, I think the harder it becomes to love this country.
Okay, Susan, what's your North Star? What do you see the role of the citizen right now, and what's your North Star in determining that?
I'm actually thinking about the words on top of us, the Amending America and the Toward a More Perfect Union. Mm-hmm. And given that a lot of this show is about the Bill of Rights, the Amending America show, I want to pick I might have more than one, but for today, I think my North Star is the First Amendment. And the First Amendment was added to the Constitution to try to make sure that people would see that the government wasn't governing them, that we take we the people seriously, and that we the people have the right to choose our own expression, our own religion, our own speech, to think our own thoughts and to criticize the government and to teach history that shows the government in maybe not always a good light. Because that is our choice, and that it's a greater danger to have the government be able to limit us or tell us what to do. So when the ACLU was founded in 1920, one of the things that was happening then, that a lot of people are just not aware of as a part of our history, was that people were being criminally prosecuted and convicted for criticizing the government, for criticizing the war, World War I, for criticizing the draft, for criticizing the form of government. And one of the chief reasons why the ACLU was founded is that we don't think that loving your country means that you shouldn't be allowed to say something that's critical of your country or refuse to salute the flag. We think that the First Amendment really lodges that decision with the individual. And that's why, historically, in terms of the United States, some of our most dangerous times where I think we were at risk of losing that balance have been times where people defined patriotism as not dissenting.
So is your view then that the role of the citizen is to criticize?
Well, one of our slogans is dissent is patriotic. You don't have to criticize if you have nothing to criticize. But I think the important thing under the First Amendment is that if you don't agree, you should not be in any way afraid or deterred from saying you don't agree, because that's how we make progress.
How would you teach that then? So if you were to pass on, if you were to say to a person, here's your core obligation to this country, born here, come here, however you came here, mm-hmm. What is your core obligation as a citizen? What is your role as a citizen? What would you say it is to be?
Well, I think role and obligation are two different questions. As David was saying, and if you look at the Constitution, it doesn't speak about obligation at all, and it doesn't speak about you have to vote, and it doesn't say anything about our responsibilities. It focuses on our rights, which is why I start with the rights. But I don't think that means that we should just always think that I'm out for myself and I don't need to think about anyone else, because I think that we the people goes both ways. It has to be a two-way street or democracy doesn't work. So if people just feel that the government can't tell me what to do, but I'm just going to ignore the government and ignore everybody else and not play a role, I don't think you can have a successful democracy under those conditions. So what I would say to people is, number one, vote. You're not obliged to vote, but you should, because it affects you, it affects everybody else. I was very dismayed in the recent election to see, our voter turnout is always low, but the voter turnout among younger people, among the millennials, is quite low. It's lower than the rest of the population.
Turnout overall was the lowest it's been in 20 years.
Yeah,
in this past election, so that is very.
So I would say, you vote, become informed, learn about the Constitution, learn about the issues, and open your mouth. Tell people what you think. Talk to people about your different views.
We're going to talk more about that in a minute. So, Professor Rahman, what do you think is the role of the citizen, and what's your guiding principle? What's your North Star on that?
So I'll maybe approach the question from another angle, which is it's actually kind of hard to be a citizen in the complex world that we live in and with the political institutions that we have. So I think the role of the citizen is in a democratic society is to be part of the community that governs, right? Not directly, we have a democratic republic, but to be part of those decisions through voting, through protest, through advocacy, and through deliberation. But if you think about what it takes to do that, as citizens, we're not really, in our civic life, we're not really supported in the ability to do that, right? So think about just how hard it is to make yourself heard outside of the ballot box, between elections, how much effort that takes, right? How few points of entry communities might have to shape those day-to-day decisions that government makes all the time. And how hard it is to have time to be able to do so when you're trying to put food on the table, right? And so for me, part of the North Star is what are we doing as a society to make democratic citizenship possible? Right? So it's not just about the obligations of the citizen to one another. I totally agree with that. But we also have to think about what institutions, organizations, and supports we provide to make that type of engagement without which we can't function, make that type of engagement possible. And so that means taking a really serious look at everything from how our modern media environment works, to voting rights, to what types of participatory opportunities there might be at the federal level or at the local level. And if we can work on some of those things in the long run, then it actually becomes much more viable to be a citizen and discharge those obligations that David and Susan were talking about.
Yeah, I think I would take a different approach as well. And I would say, for me, the North Star is, and I don't want to just cabinet into citizens, so I'm going to think about residents, people that live here, that work here, that are, the reason why we should be here is for social progress. And I know that social progress means a lot of different things to a lot of people, but I mean it in this way. In our political system, there is so much that's controversial that we're dealing with right now. And I actually love controversy. That's why I'm here. That's why I was born. I like getting deep into it. But when you look at...
So Thanksgiving at your house is a lot of fun,
Oh,
right?
it's actually a lot more hot than Thanksgiving at your house, and you know how hot that is.
It lasts for hours.
Exactly. But so when you look back 100 years and you see the issues that we were fighting over, or 200 years, the issues that were the deep divisions in our country, some of those things from this perspective, you say, how could we have ever even done that? How could we have had a debate about slavery? How could we have had a debate about interning Japanese Americans 70 years ago when the executive order came out? And it's an important perspective to look at, because 100 years from now, people will be looking at the issues that we're fighting over and saying, how could we have even had a conversation about that? And that's why I think our society and societies tend towards social progression and social movements. And I'll give you an example of what I think is the perfect role of the resident in our democracy. And it happened during the what many people call the travel ban, but I call the Muslim ban, when the orders came out and there was a spontaneous flocking to airports around the country. We all know about this, right? But what happened at the airports was extraordinary, because I want you to imagine 5 years ago, a group of people flooding into the airport, surrounding our Muslim residents, brothers and sisters, and demanding that people that are being let off of planes are let off planes safely. That's never happened in American history before. And I want you to imagine another thing. In Los Angeles, LAX, there were a group of maybe 30 or 40 people. There was a huge crowd, 30 or 40 people who were observant Muslims. And during the protests, it was time to pray, so they faced to the east. And there were a group of 30 or 40 people that are praying in the airport. 5 years ago, if one person decided, I'm going to pray, and in the corner I'm going to do that, most of the people in the airport would be calling Homeland Security because they were afraid that there was going to be a terrorist attack. But in this context, the national consciousness, or at least the consciousness of these folks, was about protection and about social advancement. So in those moments, in those spontaneous moments, we can actually see our culture shifting away from the question of threats and politics and more towards the question of social advancement and humanity. And I tend to think that that's how we trend forward, and I think that's really the thing that I'm most interested in protecting in the world.
So the role of the citizen, in your view, is to advance, and I think Susan's point is correct, the role and obligation are different things. But you think the role of the citizen is to do what? Advance social progress for who? Speaking about David's point that there are many people for whom, and I would argue, my friendly amendment would be there are many people outside in these cities, 10 minutes from here, maybe 5 minutes from here who feel that they have been very much left behind. This is not strictly a rural phenomenon. I would argue very much left out of the modern economy, the information economy, for whatever reason. So is it to advance social progress, and for whom? For everybody?
I think it's actually for everybody, because one of the things that I fundamentally reject is that social advancement for any particular identified group means retraction for another group. That's a construct that I think plays out very well politically, and it plays out fabulously in elections. It lets you separate one candidate from the other. It separates people that think on the right from people on the left. But it is actually, as a fact, not true. So advancement for people who are undocumented does not mean less jobs for people that were born here. Advancement for people of a particular religious faith does not mean that we're going to be less safe in a society because of other people that share that religious faith. So it is actually possible to do both of those things. I don't see why a group like the Tea Party can't move forward their issues of social advancement at the same time that people who support Bernie Sanders are moving forward their things. They're not oppositional. It's not a zero-sum game.
You know, I've been thinking about the fact that we have these kinds of conversations, and they're very, in a setting like this, and they're very nicely curated, and we're nice to each other, appropriately so. But other people are having them, and the way people are experiencing this division is not very nice or comfortable, and sometimes can be extremely painful. And I'm thinking about the friending, unfriending phenomenon during the elections. Did this happen to any of you? Did anybody unfriend you, or did you unfriend anybody? You unfriended people? Did you friend or unfriend anybody? Okay. So, and when you ask people about this, because so of course I'm going to ask. I'm like, okay, why? And people say that they said a couple things. They said that they were taking steps to disengage from people that they thought were boorish and vulgar at best and racist at worst. They said that they wanted to protect themselves from behavior, opinions, or expressed views that they found noxious, and many people put it in mental health terms. I mean, they said, I feel for my own well-being, I need to disengage from some of these conversations. So without judging that decision, which people have a right to make, I did want to ask, do we have obligations as citizens is there any basic obligation to listen to people that we don't agree with? Does any?
Okay, well, let me start. Again, I think it's not a matter of obligation, but I think it's a matter, and I want to take this one back to the First Amendment again. So let me start in an odd place. The UCLA did a survey of 140,000 incoming freshmen a year or two ago, and they asked them questions about their attitudes about the First Amendment, including other things. So when they asked the incoming people, what is your view on dissent? Is that important? Is it necessary? A supermajority said, oh yes, absolutely, people should have the right to dissent, it's important. But when asked, should your school be protecting you from viewpoints that make you uncomfortable, a supermajority said yes. Now, to me, those two things are inconsistent. And I think that the fact that so many people don't see them as inconsistent is the source of our problem. So one of the tenets of the ACLU and of the First Amendment, I think, is that reasonable people can and do differ. And I think that these days, political differences have turned out to be like religious differences in other countries, where it's the Sunni and the Shia. People are just practically at war with each other, and they can't stand to talk to each other. They feel that they have nothing in common. And I feel like if we keep doing that, we're just getting more and more polarized, and I think that it's a very dangerous situation. So what I've actually been urging, I've been speaking around the country, and what I urge people to do is talk to somebody who you expect will disagree with you and test the proposition. Do you have fundamental values in common? What are you really disagreeing about? Do we still believe in the basic premises of the Constitution? Do you agree that I should have the right to say something even if you don't agree? Or I have the right to have a different religion even if you don't understand my religion? So I feel like this really is, to me, it's a very fundamental problem. And again, it's not a matter of obligation, but I think that it is a dangerous situation if we all keep retreating within our own echo chambers and can't talk to each other. How can you have a democracy when you can't talk to each other?
Well, but if it's dangerous, then at some point, there's that old saying, your right to swing your fist ends at my face. I mean, after a certain point, your right to shout fire in a crowded theater, after a certain point, if something becomes dangerous, don't people have a right to intervene? Then does it not become an obligation?
Oh, of course, and it's the same thing on campuses, where there's a line. The ACLU is on both sides of a lot of the campus issues because we also think that people have a right not to be bullied or harassed. And sometimes it's difficult to draw those lines, but we do think that schools should be teaching students how not to bully each other and protecting students in that sense. But there is a difference between harassment and just somebody saying something that makes you uncomfortable or that you don't like.
David, you have thoughts about this? I mean, do people have any obligation or affirmative, I don't know what other word to use. I take your point about obligation because I don't mean it in a legal sense, but I mean civic obligation.
Or responsibility.
Do you have any civic responsibility to listen to people they don't agree with? Do they have any civic responsibility to tone it down and not to be offensive? What do you think?
Ideally, yes, we should be civil with one another. But then, have we ever been? I mean, you read stories about politics at the time of the founding, which is supposed to be, all these guys who agreed on everything. Read about the election of 1800. I mean, Hamilton and Jefferson were at each other's throats, accusing each other of trying to subvert the republic, importing a monarchy.
We saw the play.
Yeah. So
those of us who are lucky.
We bought the CD. Let me put it that way. Yes, sir.
I don't have an answer. It's a very good question you're posing, but I don't have an answer because part of me wants to say, well, I don't want to say, why can't we all get along? Because we're not supposed to all get along. This is a big country. We're divided. We debate. We're a free people. We're not supposed to all get along. I do wish we could be a little bit more civil. And I think what that would require is both the left and the right to severely police the excesses on their side. So it's very easy. We do a great job at policing each other's excesses. I mean, that's each side has mastered that. But there shouldn't be a mentality of pas d'ennemis à gauche, pas d'ennemis à droite, no enemies to the left, no enemies to the right. There should be a mentality of certain things are unacceptable. And I don't think we have that right now. To some extent, in certain places we do. I don't want this to devolve into partisan accusations.
Sure. I understand your point.
But I think that would be a good starting point, that each side says, so you want to protest the election, that's fine. You want to oppose the president, that's fine. But surely we can agree that there are certain limits, like involving the family of the president, for example, is unacceptable.
Do we have any obligation, gents, or role or responsibility as citizens to listen to people with whom we disagree? And I'm going to broaden it out in a second. Do we have any obligation to think about anybody other than ourselves?
So I think we do have both of those obligations. I think what I'd add to what's already been said is two things. One is that look, we live in an incredibly richly diverse and pluralistic society. That is part of the genius of and the value of American freedom, right? That we can, even just those of us on the panel from very different backgrounds, and that we can be here talking about what it means
What do
to
you mean? We're all from
amend
Brooklyn.
America.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, right. We're trying to keep that on the DM. So in a pluralistic society, right, what that means is that you actually need both types of spaces. You need spaces where you can have those more safe, comfortable conversations with people you more closely identify with, but then you also need spaces where you're put in conversation with people who you don't identify with, right? And those don't have to be the same space, right? They often can't be. And so part of the question is, how can we create more of both types of spaces where people can engage in both types of conversation, right? So political scientists sometimes call this bonding social capital versus bridging social capital. Bonding among people who are sort of more like you, bridging across some of those divides. The other point that I'd add to is I think part of the challenge in terms of our current politics is that for a lot of people it's come to, so much of it seems to be a winner-take-all decision, right? The stakes are so enormously high when the White House changes hands or when a Supreme Court decision is made, that it collapses the space to have those reasonable, good faith disagreements, because if you get it wrong, you're stuck with a huge repercussion for a decision that could last for decades, or a policy that might come out of Washington that affects millions of people without much room for debate afterwards, right? If the ship may have sailed by the time a policy is passed. And so I think that sense of high stakes really makes it hard to have those bridging conversations, and that's sort of a broader sort of structural issue that we kind of need to address as well.
Okay, well, I'm going to come back around and ask people what's your remedy then, since I sense that each of you has one, and then we're going to go to questions. So if you have a question, I'm telling you now because I don't want this to be a fitness contest. So please, there's microphones, there's a microphone here. We'll get to as many as we can, and then I'm going to ask our folks to give a closing thought too. So I'm going to cut it off at some point to make sure that everybody gets a chance to ask a question. So Vincent,
yeah, so
Mr. Warren.
I think there is an obligation, and I would call it an affirmative obligation in the following way, is that if we're interacting with each other from the sense that we really feel like we have nothing to learn from the person that we're talking to, that's a bad thing, regardless of what they say, before anything comes out of their mouths. So I think the obligation to at least engage somebody in a conversation makes sense. Facebook is a weird thing. I don't think that Facebook is the best place to have a conversation for a couple of reasons. Number one, people will say horrible, horrible things on your feed. So people feel like it's an open First Amendment space, but people are very clear about what's happening on their page. It feels like it's happening to you. That's kind of a weird sort of space to be in, and it makes it hard to engage these things. The better way to think about it, so I've been at the head of the Center for Constitutional Rights now for 11 years. I was on the board for 6 years before that, before I was on the ACLU. I was at the ACLU as a staff attorney. I do very controversial things, and so as I get on the airplane, every time that I get on the airplane, I sit next to a wonderful human being that doesn't know me, and they say, so what do you do? And I said, well, we represent the Guantanamo detainees. We had to stop and frisk. We challenged President Obama's drone program. We did all that kind of stuff. And that person then says, that's really interesting. Let me tell you what I disagree with. But we can manage to have on this airplane a very civil, very deep conversation where we end up leaving the plane ideally with each of us thinking, I hadn't thought about that before. But there's no unfriending on the plane. There's no moving seats on the plane. And that's because it's human interaction. And so the way that I think about whether we should only think about ourselves is in the following way. We expect from Facebook what we don't allow in our homes. So if you have a dinner party and somebody comes and is spewing horribly racist or homophobic stuff, you have the option to not invite that person back, which you do. And that doesn't it's not a social phenomenon of unfriending, but it is actually a reasonable, smart thing to do. And my sense is, what if we created spaces where we really could have conversations and didn't use default spaces like having debates on Twitter, on Facebook, thinking about Fox versus MSNBC, but really engaged in those conversations? We actually would learn a lot about why our message isn't working. And the last thing that I would sort of say that Susan touched on, which is that we approach the discussion a different way. Earlier in the earlier panel, they were talking about education. What we don't train our young folks is the value of critical thinking. And we know that when you see on Facebook, you see this horrible thing, and you ask yourself, well, where did that actually come from? What newspaper was it? And you realize that it's some fake news, right? But we don't teach people critical thinking. And as a result, our capacity to get to the larger question, which is values, the shared values that we have, is compromised because we're very much stuck in the positions that people are taking. Hostage negotiators know this. When they do hostage negotiations, they don't start negotiating from the positions of the police versus the position of the person that's holding the hostage. They start negotiating from the perspective of shared values, and people will shift their positions if they are aligned with a value. And I think I think we can probably all agree on that, and I think that's a really important way to think about it.
We're intrigued by the construct of a plane as a paragon of civility.
Doesn't always work that way. Unless they're dragging you off.
It's united, right?
David, thoughts? Do you have thoughts about what Vince just said? Mr. Warren just said?
I don't think the divisions run so deep that I don't see them healing anytime soon. I would push real decentralization and federalism as a solution to many of our problems. Let's denationalize our politics. Let's remember that Washington, D.C. Congress and the Supreme Court is not the venue to settle every contentious question and to arrive at an agreement. It's not the design of the Constitution. Federalism is not a synonym for states' rights. States have no rights, they have powers. Federalism is a synonym for a term that the left loves. It means diversity. It means Vermont gets to do Vermont. If they want a $40 an hour minimum wage, let them have one. And let Texas be Texas. And then let people sort themselves out geographically a little bit. Now, that's going to contribute to a certain polarization. But at least you're going to de-escalate the national politics, because not everything, going back to your point, is about, well, we need to get it right or wrong for the whole country. Let's agree on certain core issues where we as a nation speak in one voice. Foreign policy is one of them. I don't want Vermont declaring war on Canada and then Texas signing a peace treaty. In foreign policy, only one voice. But I think on most other policy issues, within the confines of the Bill of Rights, of course, you don't allow the states to violate the rights of citizens, we should recover a live and let live approach and let 50 flowers bloom and let the states experience and let people feel that even though an election was lost in Washington, they still have some control over their local government.
Mm-hmm. Other thoughts? Susan?
Well, one of the smartest people I know, Bert Newborn, who had been legal director of the ACLU, said that he thought that federalism was a self-correcting constitutional compass. And I always loved that thought. It's like, if the federal government is going too low on rights, then the states can kind of pick up the slack and grant their citizens more rights. And vice versa. If the states are not granting enough rights, if they have segregated schools, then the federal government can step in. So, I agree with a lot of the value of federalism in the 10th Amendment, although we would work out the details of which things the federal government should still do. But here's what I see as the greatest problem that we have today. And to me, it's all part of the same theme, which is a theme of intolerance. There's a kind of intolerance of dissent and a kind of intolerance of lack of uniformity. So, for example, one of the big issues we've been confronting lately is disagreement with the president's immigration policy, the domestic enforcement, as well as the travel or Muslim ban. As we all know, there are a lot of jurisdictions, including New York, that are called sanctuary cities, a somewhat inaccurate term. But the whole idea is that the localities decide that it is in their policy interest not to have the local law enforcement people act as immigration enforcers, because then people who they are responsible for keeping safe will not be safe, because domestic violence victims will not come to the police because they're going to be afraid of being deported. People won't agree to be witnesses. They'll be afraid to pick their children up from school, etc. So if a locality makes that decision, that's sort of what David is talking about. However, the first reaction of the federal government to that was, well, we're going to deprive them of all federal funding if they do that. How dare they disagree with us? How dare they not be uniform and not help us to do the federal immigration program? So that's one kind of backlash that I think is very dangerous. And let me tell you another one. We started out with the people on the streets demonstrating. Well, there's a truly frightening trend going on in quite a number of states now where there have been major demonstrations, Standing Rock, Philando Castile in Minnesota, et cetera, where the states following these demonstrations propose in their legislatures draconian laws to punish protesters. Now, these so far, most of these have not passed. They're pending. But the fact that state legislatures are seriously thinking about these things, I'll give you a couple of examples. In Arizona, if you help to organize a protest and somebody at that protest does something violent, even if you were not involved and didn't know that was going to happen, you could be liable for asset forfeiture. So you could lose your home for being involved in a demonstration. Now, what does that do to people when you're thinking about being involved in a demonstration? Of course, you're going to think twice. In Washington, they're talking about making it a felony of economic terrorism to disrupt traffic. In North Dakota, it would be you would be immune from prosecution if you accidentally run over a protester. And in fact, Denver, I don't know if you know this, but the Denver airport has now adopted a new policy that if you want to demonstrate or have any sort of assembly at the airport, you have to apply for a permit a week in advance.
Right.
Now, that kind of backlash, it seems to me what it does is it chokes off the avenues of repair or the avenues of talking back or having a further conversation or having any difference. And I think that history tells us that when you don't allow difference of opinion, the definition of that is totalitarianism.
So what's your affirmative remedy here? It's I would say the first thing is abandon these measures, which at my last count were being contemplated in 10 different states.
It's now up to 15 at least.
Up to 15
at least.
16.
Well, and again, what the ACLU is doing these days is we're working very much in the states. We have 50 affiliates all around the country, and we're working very hard lobbying states and trying to get them not to pass things like this. But I think in some ways it comes back to what people were talking about at the last panel. If the citizens of Arizona don't understand that the First Amendment actually does protect the right of protest and why that's important, even if they find it distasteful for whatever reason, they don't agree. If people don't understand the basic fundamental constitutional precepts there, they're going to be willing to vote for legislation just because somebody tells them it sounds good. My example here would be all the voter suppression laws. People are being told there's voter fraud, and that's why we need to discourage people from voting by having voter ID requirements and no early registration, etc. Voter fraud is a myth. Every study has shown that, and people don't know that. So I think we're back to, people don't have, it's a combination of education plus people being in the echo chambers where they don't hear basic facts that the other side has heard, and so we can't discuss whether legislation like this is a good idea.
Professor Brahman, do you have thoughts?
Yeah.
Before we turn it up to the questions?
I think I'll add two things. First is just, I think we should add to our list of those things which need to be out of bounds, right, for us to have a functioning democracy. It should be, we should all agree that it's out of bounds to monkey around with the rules of the game, right? If you can change the rules of who gets to protest, who gets to vote, what powers the city or state government has after the fact, after an election is gone one way or another, that's not a democracy, right? The basic rules of the game have to be accepted by all parties. And then we can have a debate about the policies one way or another, right? So in addition to the bills against protesters, another area that I've been very concerned is following what's been happening in North Carolina. So North Carolina, there is an ongoing, very bitter battle over the powers that the cities in North Carolina have relative to the state government. So some of that local experimentation that you were talking about, David, the state government trying to override that. And also over the powers that the governor has now that the governor's mansion has switched hands. The party in the legislature trying to change what powers the governor has after the fact in terms of appointments and so on. That seems to me like the kind of thing that should be out of bounds, right? The rules of the game have to be the same for everybody. The second thing I'd add is that I think we need, going back to sort of the face-to-face conversation part of our discussion, we do need more of those face-to-face spaces. And one of the things that's changed in our politics over the last 100 years or so is actually a decline of membership-based civic organizations where those types of discussions take place. And you see a long-term trend where whether it's unions or fraternal orders or women's clubs, these were the mainstay of 19th century politics, and that's where people socialized, interacted, had debates. Over the last several decades, that's been largely replaced with what is really more of a professionalized politics is based on advocacy, right? Professional advocacy groups and kind of high-dollar funders of politics, where that basic discussion is now sort of weaponized, right? And it's not face-to-face anymore. And at the end of the day, citizenship can't be outsourced in that way. That's just not a way to having a successful democracy. Sorry?
Join a club.
Join a club, start a club. I mean, this is part of...
I'm not being funny. Join a club.
Join a club or start a club.
Book club.
Absolutely. So this is part of that upsurge of civic engagement that we started off at the beginning that I find optimistic, is the number of people who came back after any one of the number of these large mobilizations around the inauguration, around the Muslim ban. A lot of folks who I talked to coming out of that, they did exactly that. They started a reading group. They started a club that meets sort of in the coffee shop around the street, to discuss these issues and get to know one another in the process. Right? That's exactly the kind of face-to-face interaction that we want to support and deepen.
Mr. Warren, you have anything else to say before? You guys, we only have one question. Nobody. We've stunned you with our eloquence.
We haven't been provocative enough.
I know. I don't know.
Say something provocative.
Go ahead, Mr. Warren. Tell us. And then we're going to go to questions, and then we'll sort of.
Everyone will either run for the exit or run for the microphone after I'm done. Arthur Kanoy, who was one of the founders of the Center for Constitutional Rights, also happened to be my constitutional law professor. He was very fond of saying that most people think that there are three branches of government, but there are actually four. I mean, there's the judiciary and the legislative branch, there's the executive branch, but there's also the people. And I think the way that we think about representative democracy almost necessarily divests ourselves of the power that we actually have to be able to make changes. I'm not a big fan of defederalization as a sort of a general matter, mostly because I think that in addition to some of the things that Susan was mentioning, that is largely how we got into that whole slavery problem that we had, where half part of the country was like, yeah, this is how we do things, the other part is like, no. Then we created all of these rules about who could come in and who couldn't come in, who could go out. That's a problem. It's not a problem.
But casting it forward, this is not the 18th century, so the logical outcome, in your view, of defederalization is what? Is enslavement writ large? I mean, is it sort of deep oppression in a manner that shocks the conscience? What's your thought?
I think that what it is that when we, in order to looking forward, if we think about who are amongst the most vulnerable people in our society, a defederalized system allows different states to make determinations about at what level they're going to respect that humanity. So if we think about undocumented people now, I mean, this is a huge fight that we're having about federal power, which is immigration power, and versus what the states can say and what they can't say about how they're going to treat people who are undocumented, without a level of federal, if not federal oversight, at least a level of a federal structure to be able to understand how people are being treated. People in Texas or people in border states will be necessarily treated differently from people in other states. That's not something that I would look forward to. I would say that that's not a shared value that we might have here. So I think that's one of the dangers. It might not amount to slavery, but it would definitely...
You realize the implications of what you're saying with all due politeness, that you're basically accusing of racism people who disagree with your agenda. And
I'm not sure I'm doing that.
Well, yeah, I mean, I brought up federalism, you brought up slavery, undocumented immigrants, and the implication is if one gives the states latitude to craft policies that reflect the diversity of this country or the preferences of their citizens, bigotry is going to crop in.
Well, no, there's a different... David, there's a different interpretation. Let me try it this way. When you started off, you were talking about how you didn't think that it was a great idea for us to be teaching the sins of the father and the
No, I didn't say that. I said, what should loom largest in the minds of citizens? I didn't say we shouldn't criticize the government.
No, I know.
And I didn't say we should whitewash the past. But how do we want people to look upon their country, not their government? There's a difference between the government and the country. Do we want them to love their country? Or do we want them to be in a perpetual state of outrage at the past injustices of the country?
Let me finish. That's fine. I'm happy to accept
Well, could we just extrapolate, though? Because I mean, you know, one of the staples of dystopian literature is to take take facts and take it to an extreme conclusion. So that's kind of what would happen if we had no water? Like, what would happen? So if you want to take Mr. Warren's thought exercise and say that an extreme sort of case of federalism that he would envision is that the most vulnerable populations would then become invisible.
Well, no, because they would still have the protections of the Bill of Rights. I mean, I made quite clear that there are limits on state actions. Via the 14th Amendment, the Bill of Rights has been incorporated and applied to the states. There are limitations on what the states can do in the original Constitution, Article 1, Section 10 of the Constitution. So federalism doesn't give them carte blanche to do whatever they want and reinstitute Jim Crow. But it does give the country some breathing room to be able to disagree about certain policies. The example I gave was the minimum wage.
Sure. Can I ask you this, though, because I don't want to leave people standing here, because I did promise that we'd go to questions. Can we dig into this whole racist thing for just a minute here? Is it because now we are kind of, is it possible to have a conversation where one sees just an outcome that someone else may not see without calling somebody a name? Do you think that's possible? Do you feel that you were called a racist just now?
No, of course not.
Okay,
that's not what I'm saying.
Sure.
But I just know full well that when you're having partisan polemical conversations in America, the accusation of racism, homophobia, bigotry, Islamophobia, you add in all the isms, looms over it. And there's only one side that is allowed to play that card. And they use it quite effectively to demonize and malign. Some people are racist in this country, that goes without saying, but also people who just disagree with them. And that makes it very hard to have conversations because it really is the only sin in America today. You can get away with a million things. This is the one thing we as a people do not tolerate. So, for example, if you...
But do you feel that Mr. Warren's suggestion that deeply vulnerable populations, which by definition prisoners are, of whatever, for whyever they are prisoners are, and that refugees or undocumented persons are, however that is the case, you're saying that by definition his concern about their treatment somehow leads to a accusation of bigotry?
Oh, it need not. I mean, his concerns are legitimate. If you look at our country's history, the states misbehave in grotesque and abominable ways. And federalism was used under this moniker of states' rights to empower the states to violate the rights of citizens. And that's clearly unacceptable. So if you look at the past, it is perfectly understandable that you would be very suspicious of that. I'm just saying, look at where we are today. Things have changed, and it might be a good idea to push.
So you're saying he should not have brought up racism, or I don't think he did bring up racism. I think you did. So
he didn't.
So,
he didn't. And let me just.
So can I just ask where we?
Let me see if I can.
Okay, go ahead.
Let me see if I can land
I just want to see if we could kind of.
I want to see if I can land this plane
because
for us.
Go ahead.
Yes, he did not. He did not do that.
What
he was going to say, but before he was finished, was also thinking about vulnerable populations, not just in terms of undocumented, but thinking in terms of LGBT folks. But however you define vulnerable populations, that there is a tendency that we have seen in the past that I am reasonably assured will continue in the future to create different rules for how people are treated with respect to basic human rights, regardless of their race, regardless of the race of the people in the states. That is a thing that actually happened. It will likely happen, and we shouldn't assume that it won't. But moving forward, though, the point that I was ultimately was going to make was that we do have, and I will acknowledge that there was a goose gander thing in the 1960s. It was all about, as you were saying, David, abominable behavior by the states and looking for federalism to solve that problem. And maybe moving forward, it's abominable behavior by the federal government and looking at the states to solve that problem. So I'm not unaware of that interesting dynamic. But I think the point is that the engagement of citizens, the engagement of people in this country to declare in their states with respect to the government structures, that there is a certain level, there are certain values that we will fight for, that we will go out into the streets for, that we will have those arguments on Facebook and lose our jobs for because they're so important to us. That is a value. That is the definition of social engagement. If we just think about moving forward, the question really is, what are we willing to lose in order to stand up for what we believe in? That's a very simple way of talking about this type of engagement.
But it's also true that there's an issue here of history and how one's history informs one's view of the present. And so I'm interested, David, in your view of the fact, is one not ever to bring up, one is not to bring up a deep stem of history that might inform one's view of the present. What's your thought about that?
Of course not. I mean, that goes without saying. We have many shameful episodes in our history. No one denies them. And the point is not to whitewash the history or to suggest that it shouldn't be brought up. It is to acknowledge, however, that this is the 21st century. And look, I'm very Burkean at the end of the day. I think that the past is still with us. I don't believe, a la Thomas Paine, that we begin the world anew from scratch. So the past is still with us to some extent, but it would be a mistake to allow it to blind us to the fact that things have changed. And it's not clear to me that the lens of the past, especially the lens of slavery, is the right lens to which to think of federal policy on education, on the minimum wage, on healthcare, on a range of issues in the 21st century. That's it.
Susan, final, and then we're going to go to our questions. He's patiently waiting. So go ahead.
Here's what I wanted to say. I wanted to kind of dig into the issue of race in a very different way. I think what Vince is saying is that one problem that we have if we just sort of say, let everything be up to the states, even though, maybe they're not going to enslave people anymore, but it will be the fact, as Vince was saying, that a refugee in Texas might be treated differently, a Muslim refugee, from the way a Muslim refugee would be treated in San Francisco. And that's true. Now, what David is saying, which is a very optimistic view, is that's really not a problem because the courts will save us. We have the Bill of Rights, we have the Equal Protection Clause. And as someone who teaches constitutional law, I want to say that is very overly optimistic because the Supreme Court is stuck in a very 19th century view of what racism means. There's a case, Washington versus Davis, that says unless you are purposely discriminating against people because of their race, it's nothing we're going to worry about. If it's just something that it happens because you didn't realize that you were going to be discriminating, not a problem. So confirmation bias has not come to the attention of the Supreme Court. And that, I think, is the main form that racism takes today. And I think your question, Michelle, about, do you have a different idea of racism depending on your own background or your view of history, I think is very cogent because we do have different points of view. So I think the whole idea of the confirmation bias that that we know to be true is a real problem because we don't even know how to talk about racism anymore. We're all racists. All the psychological tests show that you show people the two pictures, which is the criminal, and virtually everybody, including minority people, will look at the two pictures and pick the person of color. So we all have some sense of the difference of people of race. It's unfortunate, but it's real. And to say that we don't need to pay attention to that because we no longer have slavery or because the courts will save us, I think is just unrealistic. We do have that problem, and I think we have to deal with it in different ways.
So I think, just two quick...
Go ahead.
So two quick things
and then
to add to that.
Where I'm coming to you next. Thankfully, you're wearing flats.
One is that I think part of where maybe we might disagree a little bit, David, has to do with in the question that what does it mean to say, well, now it's the 21st century and things have changed? Because part of it is history, part of it is very real disparities in how citizens and residents are treated today. Our country is more segregated as an empirical matter now than it was at the time of Brown versus Board. Now, there are lots of reasons for that, but that is something real in the world today that we are grappling with as a democratic society. And so we have to be able to engage that topic and talk about that and try to solve that problem. The other thing is, I think in this question about sort of labels and language and sort of what we call one another, I think in some ways that's missing the mark, right? It's not about policing language. It's about taking as a starting point that we treat one another as human beings with equal dignity and equal standing in this society. And that's why we want to have different norms about the language we use and the ways in which we talk to one another. It's not about sort of shutting down someone by saying that they were racist or homophobic. It's about creating a starting assumption that we will treat one another, regardless of sexual orientation, race, ethnicity, religion, as on the basis of our shared humanity. And that's what these efforts to change our language are about. It's about dignity. It's not about censorship.
Okay, but people do experience that in different ways. Would you not agree?
I think they do, and I think that's part of the work that we need to do.
Yes.
Thank you to the panel. My name's Megan. Nabra Hassanen, that's what's happening right now. So the community gathers together around things as horrific as that happen every day all over the United States. So where do we go from right now? Right now, knowing that we are mobilized, we do want to work together, we're searching for that common space. I'm a mother, I'm scared for my children. How do we move forward as a community together so that Nabra doesn't happen every day to so many people all over the United States?
Who would you like to answer that question? Who would you wish to hear from on this?
The gentleman who is the law professor. I'm
That's
sorry.
everybody. I'm just saying,
No.
Mr. Rahman.
I'm sure.
Does everyone know what?
Maybe you're all law professors. The gentleman.
Professor Rahman, but just
Thank you.
does everyone know what the lady is speaking about? And it is a truly terrible story that occurred. It's story doesn't do justice to it. A young woman was coming home from. It's apparently, I'm understanding that it's Ramadan, so many people, observant people, are fasting. And apparently a group from the Al-Dulles Mosque, a group of teenagers went to go get a snack at IHOP so that they could eat before sunrise to observe the fast. And they got into a confrontation with a man who killed one of the young women. And I can't bear to repeat all of the rest of it, but it's a terrible story, and people are very deeply hurting around. And I must tell you, as a mother myself, I'm very upset about this, and so I can't really, I don't want to go into all the details. I find it very upsetting. So on many levels, but since all of our guests don't live here, they might not have been aware of the specific facts of this.
So just very quickly, I appreciate the question, Megan. Sure. I'm also a Muslim American, and our community has been really terrified by the number incident, but also a number of incidents that have been on the rise over the last 6 to 9 months. I think this is one of those scenarios where we should be outraged. And that outrage should be expressed loudly and clearly, and we should demand that other communities join us in a shared outrage against these types of incidents as a threat to our common humanity. It is not just about Muslims and Muslim Americans and Islamophobia. It is a direct attack on the idea of that we are in this society together, a country premised on religious freedom. So I think this is where we want outrage, and if people are not outraged about it, we should demand that they become outraged about it.
Ma'am?
Thank you. My name is Li Yang. Actually, I have been in some executive committee for several nationwide well-known organizations, and I also protest a lot with some other civic organizations. I think our responsibility is really to improve our society and the democracy and election process. The reason I say this is because currently we don't really have democracy. We don't have a fair election process. So I just wonder if we can really do something like Confucius always says, do something to others, what you want others to do to you, and the other way is do something or not do something. It's just similar things. And I think Reverend Hegler say something like that a lot.
Can I jump in on this? Because the question that you're just asking here is one that I think a lot of people have. So can I ask our panel to engage on the first part of your point, if I may, which is this question of sense of power, ma'am, if I may?
Can I
briefly, because we're going to try to mix it up. Go ahead.
Can I really tell you my concern? Because in the 3 branches and the civic organization or churches, they always, really quite frequently, they use misleading terminology to confuse people. So I just wonder if you can really be the leaders, really change that kind of misconception so we can change the world.
So can I understand, thank you for that, but I want to ask if we could focus on the first part of the lady's question, because this is something that I know a lot of people have and experience as a sense of powerlessness. They really believe, and perhaps this is a cop-out, it could be a cop-out, but people tell me, because I travel a lot, as you might imagine, that they feel that their vote doesn't make a difference. So, and they say, well, why should I bother? So can I ask one of you to engage on that question? What is your answer?
I would say that there might be 3 reasons why people feel that their votes don't matter. One is because of structural impediments to voting. Another might be because of the corporate and power interest embedded in the votes, and the third is that they might feel that they have no one to vote for that represents what they think about. So there are different layers about how people might feel about that. And I guess my answer to the question is the answer for imperfect democracy is more democracy, and this is why I'm really thinking around that question of the North Star of social advancement, because there is no opt-out mechanism for creating the world that we want to create. It just doesn't work that way. And I think I don't encourage people just to vote blindly, and if you've got 2 choices that both stink, pick one that's the least worst bad. We've done that before. But I do encourage people to, going back to that other question, to formulate what would it look like if people were writing in the types of groups of people were writing in the types of candidates that they really thought represented their interests? Might we actually see a different constellation of candidates that might get the attention of the major parties, that might actually shift who they're putting forward? I mean, there's no reason why we don't do that other than the fact that we feel like, who's going to listen to us? But I think, a deep engagement in being an outsider to really define with some precision what you're looking for in policies and what you're looking for in candidates, writing those in as a group, actually might begin to shift the machine a little bit.
Sure, you may, and then I'm going to go to this lady, and then I'm going to go to this lady, and this is going to have to be our last 2 questions. if we may, and then I'm going to ask our panel to give us some closing thoughts so that we can conclude on time, and then I think David's going to come back up and give us our next charge. Go ahead,
I just wanted to say that there are a lot of structural reasons why people's votes don't matter. And there's a lot of litigation going on right now. The Supreme Court has 2 cases pending before it, one of which is about partisan gerrymandering in Wisconsin, also happened in North Carolina, where the party that gets into power does all this very scientific gerrymandering to try to make the votes of the other party not matter. And the statistics are shocking. You take a state like North Carolina that's about 50% Democrat, 50% Republican. The way it was gerrymandered, the congressional delegation totally tipped, and now I think it's like 9-4 instead of 7-6. So that's a problem, and we should be outraged about that. If the ins are trying to prevent the outs from getting in. What worries me most are where the avenues of change are being denied. The other case the Supreme Court has is a case from Ohio. It was an ACLU case we won in the Sixth Circuit, where Ohio removed voters from the voter rolls if they hadn't voted in 2 years. Not that they had moved, not that they'd become ineligible, just purging voters. And that's another big problem. So it seems to me that we should not be accepting that we're outvoted. We should be really examining the system that causes the majority of voices not to win.
Okay.
My name is Sydney. I am a Midwesterner from Indiana, then moved to West Virginia. Now I'm in D.C., and I've been here for about 3 years. But if you look at my Facebook, it is a very wide variety of opinions. I do just want to question the human side of this, where how do you engage with people when partisanship is just so emotional? I talked to my dad about this, who is very pro-Trump, didn't vote. There's a lot of interest in or a lot of apathy in the actual process. I can't talk to him about policy. It's just an emotional charge. He makes fun of me for having an ACLU card, and I get that a lot, from my Midwestern friends. I just wonder how you can engage on that human side when they don't really want to hear about the policies per se.
What do you all think about that? That's a...
What I've been saying, it seems to me that if our politics at this point are essentially like tribalism or religion, I think you have to treat it as religion. So suppose your father were to tell you that he had just converted to Hinduism and he believed in reincarnation, right? You wouldn't just tell him he was wrong, or you wouldn't have a conversation that would make him feel attacked. You would find a different way to have that conversation. So my model these days is, how would you talk to somebody who just has a different religion as opposed to different politics? And I think that's all of our challenges, is to find the ways to have those conversations.
What about you, David? Do you have thoughts about that?
I mean, look, some people are very difficult to talk to, especially if they're older and hot-blooded. I have Mediterranean blood in me, and I know what that's like.
I'm not answering those letters. Go ahead.
So, sometimes you can learn from everyone. It's always good to listen and not to try to convince them, but see how they see the world. Ask questions. I mean, that's one thing. And otherwise, I find sometimes a bit of humor is good to, you've done a good job today at dropping a few good jokes, and it lightens the mood, and not everything needs to escalate into a grand debate. But it is good to, I work for a conservative organization. I spend a lot of time with our interns, and I tell them, you should speak fluent liberalese. You should be capable of impersonating a liberal, not in a mean or demeaning way, but you should understand, not straw man silly arguments. You should understand where they're coming from. And the way you get that is not necessarily through heated arguments, but by listening. So, I don't know your father, but talk to him, listen to him. You're probably not going to win him over. Past a certain age, we're set in our ways. But you can learn something from him. And the more you understand the other side, it's not going to make you agree with them, but at least you're going to be more fair to them.
Did you grow up in a conservative household in Canada?
I'm from Quebec. I mean,
I know Quebec.
Quebec makes Vermont look like Texas. I mean, you have no idea.
Yeah. So what was critical to forming your political views?
I went to do my PhD in Texas, and I met a whole bunch of conservative, red state Christian Americans who I'd never met before because I grew up in a big city. And if you're a liberal, which I used to be, you think these are all the crazy retrogrades, who cling to their guns and their religion, are all bigots. And first of all, I thought they were decent, good people. So one is to realize that the other side is not that scary. The other thing is I just did a lot of reading, and I discovered the American conservative intellectual tradition, and I was won over by Bill Buckley, Irving Kristol, all the way to today. And with all due respect to others, I just find they had more compelling arguments. That I'd never been exposed to any of this in Quebec, which is kind of a one-idea state. Everyone thinks the same thing. All the debates have been settled a long, long time ago. And I mean, America has a very, very vibrant intellectual life, I think more so than most other countries. And there is some very intelligent people making very intelligent arguments. So a lot of the prejudices
Just seem more compelling to you, the arguments.
Yeah, I had never examined most of my received prejudices that I had imbibed in Quebec. Now, I'm not saying that's the natural trajectory. Maybe I'm wrong today. We're fallible human beings. But I just found some very compelling arguments on issues that I'd never even considered. Like the idea...
Did any of you...
I have a very short tool for Sydney to be able to help you out. This works wonders. So, and taking from my colleagues on the panel, two things that you can't go into the argument with. One is insisting on being right, and the other one with the goal to win. But here's the strategy. You sit down with the person, and then you say to them, I'm going to tell you why I'm going to make the argument that I think you're making as to why you agree with this, and I want you to make the argument as to why you think I think the things that I do. Invariably, and as we showed just with David and I, just on the panel, that you get it wrong all of the time, but that's actually a way to discuss the assumptions that are underlying what the piece is, and it's the assumptions that are actually the problem. Because once you make those assumptions, you no longer mine for data to be able to shift your assumptions. And so there's this thing called a ladder of inference, and you just keep going back to the assumption and making moving those assumptions into beliefs and then moving them into hardened positions. It's about getting back into the data. So just try switching the roles. It's actually fun. It's a great drinking game if that's what you're into. But it will totally shift the dynamic of the discussion. You're not going to necessarily convince other people, but they will actually say, wow, she's a really decent human being, even though we disagree on that. And that's
Can I just add one thought? I wish I still had my dad to argue with.
Oh, he's my best friend.
Yeah.
I love him. Yeah, best friend.
Thank you. Ma'am, this is going to be our last question.
Okay, thank you for this conversation. It's been very invigorating. I'm going to kick the dog one more time and hit the horse, lash it one more time.
Peter wouldn't appreciate that, but we'll...
Back to this Amending America, Building a Perfect Union, and that discourse that went on about slavery, or even the Founding Fathers and why they formed the kind of government that they formed, having all the discussions. It was to combat oppression or things that they found fault in with other governments. And I fundamentally believe, based on my experience or my history, that slavery or whatever that more core fundamental thing, if you want to call it hypocrisy or whatever, greed, whatever it was that allowed that, is one of the original sins that we should be understanding what we're really fighting in light of why America was founded and structured the way it is. So if anyone would like to speak to that concept in light of that discourse, I'd like to hear more about that, because we're always in a fight, and being clear about what it is we're fighting. And I think this election cycle, in terms of rights and justice, really, rattled that cage.
Give me a little bit more help here, though, in what you're seeking. You're saying, I'm still not clear how you would wish the panel to engage with you.
So the ACLU, whatever organization you're with, those things come up because they are fighting something, or because of oppression, mistreatment, or protections that need to be put in place as a result of the people in power, or people being taken advantage of, or tragedies, or different things. So like an assessment of where we are right now and getting clear about what we're really fighting. And I think that at its root, it's whatever, when the Founding Fathers were creating this highly idealistic system, that they allowed that hypocrisy or injustice of that oppressive system, or taking advantage system. That's something on some levels, because they didn't deal with it then, it seems like we're always fighting it, but some of it is the eternal struggle of man, and looking at governments and how governments are formed and evolved.
I think I kind of feel like your idea stands on its own as a comment, if that's okay, because I feel like it's, in a way, what you're saying is it's baked in, and it's our struggle because it's in a way baked in. I want to. No. Well, I want to leave you with one thought before I turn it over to the panel for their concluding thoughts, if I may. And as I said, we just had a very rich conversation in Scranton with some very wise people, some of whom were national, some of whom were local, all of whom were great. And leaving you with a thought that Eric Liu left us with, which is that actually what we're trying to do in this country is remarkable. We're trying to create a large-scale, mass, multiracial democratic republic. I mean, there have been other societies that have been democracies, and they were small and monoethnic, or there were people in which people of different backgrounds had no standing and were essentially invisible. We're trying not to do that. We've had societies that were very large but not democratic at all, and we've had societies that were in fact republics but weren't democratic. So in fact what we're trying to do is historically remarkable, and that at the very least, David, to your point, we should recognize the specialness of what our experiment is and acknowledge that and celebrate it when we do get it right. So to that point. So with that being said, I'm quoting Eric Liu here. I'm paraphrasing him, not as well as he would have. But with that being said, why can I ask you all to give a closing thought? And since I'll give you the final thought. How about, you want to go first or you want to go last?
I hope, yes, because I want to build on what you say.
Go first, and then we'll go this way. David Azarad from the Heritage Foundation.
This is a wonderful country you have, and you should be immensely grateful that you're citizens by birth or by choice. I think there should be a certain sentiment of gratitude among citizens. To go back to what we started with, and I don't think we ever answered the question of civic engagement and responsibility. Here's maybe one way to think of it. Think of yourself as being embedded in a set of concentric circles. The outer one is America. Then there's the state you live in, the locality, the community you begin to, the religious congregation, and then the smallest one is your family. And then the duties you have decay. The closer you are, the stronger duties you have. You have the strongest duties to your members of your family, those who are close to you. You still have duties to your fellow Americans, but you conceive of the country not as an amorphous mass of individuals who occasionally organize to protest, but a set of people who are embedded in communities. Now, mind you, some of these communities are broken and hurting, but the task there should be to rebuild them. But that conceive of politics as more local, to try to remember that there's a lot of civic engagement to be done right there in front of you. And sometimes I think we have a tendency, especially my generation and the next one, either to run to Washington right away or to run to somewhere else in the world and to save the world first when there's an awful lot of work to be done, usually depending pretty much anywhere you live in this country, right next to you.
That's David Azarad from the Heritage Foundation. David, thank you so much for being here today.
Thank you, Michelle.
Susan?
Two thoughts. The first, building on the last questioner. So when the ACLU was founded in 1920, it was founded by a very unlikely combination of people who had been working for suffrage, a lot of women, people who were conscientious objectors during the war, people from all different points of view. And when people ask me, why do I spend so much time at the ACLU when there are so many other wonderful organizations that do great work, my answer is that we connect the dots. We do 14 different areas, and we work against discrimination on the basis of gender and race and sexual, everything. And so the whole idea that you should understand other people's rights is sort of baked into the DNA of the ACLU. So I want to give you an example of one of the things I thought was wonderful. We're talking about how do you deal with hate and how do you deal with things. So we all expect that, of course, the NAACP is going to be objecting to racial discrimination. One of the wonderful things that happened lately was that there were a couple of Muslim American activists who started a Launch Good campaign to raise funds to restore the damage that had been done to a Jewish cemetery that was vandalized in Missouri. And they raised over $100,000. Now, that's what we need to do. I think it's not just about me and my group and what's good for me. It's about the other people's rights. So that's one thought about how we really go forward. And I think we're seeing that happening. We're seeing a lot of people rising up and saying, I'm concerned about what's happening to that person, your basic empathy. The second thought that I wanted to raise is when I looked at the title of the panel, I was sort of, our particular panel about the responsibility of the citizen. I focused on the word citizen because, in fact, citizens have the right to vote, and only citizens do, and we talked about that some. But virtually all the other rights in the Constitution are not exclusive to citizens. So we have been seeing people in this country standing up and taking responsibility for the country, many of whom are not citizens. A lot of them are legal permanent residents or people here temporarily. And so I think that's an important thought when we're talking about what's happening in the country with rights and generally. It's not only about citizenship and the responsibility of citizens. Now, finally, where I want to go with that, I started out by talking about the whole idea of what we call people power instead of civic engagement. So two things to say about that. So one of the things that the ACLU did in response to the tremendous need that all of our new members were showing to take ownership of what was happening in the country was we sponsored a program before the inauguration that was called the People's Oath. And what we asked people to do was to take the oath that the president takes on taking office, to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution. And we invited people to send in a short video of themselves taking the oath, I swear, preserve, protect it, and then to add a sentence about why, what was important to them about the Constitution. So if you're interested in that, tens of thousands of people did that, and you can see some of the results on YouTube. And that, to me, is the responsibility of everybody. That's civic engagement. Finally, if any of you are looking to see our particular proposals for ways in which you can engage, People Power, which either peoplepower.org or aclu.org, will give you a lot of ideas about how to interact with people, including on the very local level, to deal with all the kinds of problems that we've been talking about. Right now, we just have a few initial projects that we've been working on about local ordinances, about policing and immigration, but we're looking to really expand that. And really, it's new for us, but we're really trying to do grassroots organizing because I think nothing could be more important right now than to activate we the people.
That's Susan Herman, President of the American Civil Liberties Union. Susan, thank you so much for being here. Sabia.
So it's also picking up on the women's question and your comment, Michelle. I mean, we really should start with an appreciation of the radicalness of the idea of America, right? This idea of a multiracial, multi-ethnic, large-scale democracy. Not only has it never been done before, we've never pulled it off either to this day, right? And it's in the struggle to get there that our greatest moments in our history arise from that struggle, right? And so it's in the abolition movement that produces the 14th Amendment and Reconstruction. It's the civil rights movement that produces the Voting Rights Act and the Civil Rights Act. It's the struggle against economic inequality in the era of industrialization that produces ultimately the New Deal and everything that we now take for granted in Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid. Those achievements come out of this struggle. And so for our panel, the amending part is really key. And I think maybe where I'd like to leave our discussion is that we are in a moment of tremendous upheaval and also of tremendous suffering. And we talked about Labra, but also this week we saw the release of the video of the Philando Castile shooting, right? And there is a lot of suffering among our fellow residents. And we should be engaging that, even if it's not necessarily of our sort of immediate affinity group, and trying to think about how do we establish a shared humanity in that experience of whether it's economic or racial discrimination of different kinds, and then how do we channel that into the amending of America, right? Making us closer to that ideal that we've never quite got to, but being an optimist at heart, I think we're maybe paradoxically closer now than perhaps we've ever been.
That's Kay Sabil Rahman, Assistant Professor of Law at Brooklyn Law School. Professor Rahman, thank you so much for being here. Last but not least.
I would close with touching on the theme that I think is embedded in your piece, and actually a lot of what we've been talking about. Sabil talked a lot about struggle. We've been talking a lot about constitutional battles, and the ACLU and the Center for Constitutional Rights, we're in court all the time. But there's a difference between what we're fighting against and what we're building. And that's really the fundamental question, I think, that we need to be thinking about as citizens, as residents, as human beings. Fighting is really easy to do. We can fight with great vigor, without knowing the facts, without caring what other people think, without caring about how we were even coming across. We can do that. And that is a thing that we do under pressurized situation. It's very, very tactical. But building is much, much harder. And I think one of the things so the Center for Constitutional Rights has been around for 50 years. And one of our first cases was in Greenville, Mississippi, with black sharecroppers, the Mississippi Freedom Democratic Party. You might remember that black folks in Mississippi weren't not allowed to go to the Democratic Convention in 1968. We filed a big lawsuit. The lawsuit won. We overturned an entire election in Sunflower County based upon the refusal of allowing black people to vote. But the point of that story is not that nonprofits and legal nonprofits saved the world. It was a fantastic case, similar to the case when we won Stop and Frisk in New York, but that's not really the point. The point is that embedded in our society is that we have, and this is about the responsibility of citizens vis-a-vis the government, is that we have both the responsibility to fight the oppressive things that we're seeing and the responsibility to build what is better. And that's our fundamental challenge. So if it goes back to what Megan was saying about what should we be doing and what Sydney was saying as human beings, how should we be moving forward? The answer really is in that question about what are we actually building in this moment. So just to finish where I started off, I talked about when you look back 100 years and you see, my gosh, how did we do this stuff? What if we look forward, and not just to our kids, not just our grandkids, but our great-grandkids, and we ask the question, what are our generations in the future most proud of that we're doing in this moment? And I promise you, it won't just be fighting. It will be building. It will be building these types of coalitions and groups and creating social moving forward to create better situations for us and for successive generations. And so I think, again, my North Star still remains social progress. It's not the legal structures, it's not the political process, it's actually the thing that's embedded in us, our tendency as human, which gets beaten out of us in pressurized situations. But I would invite you all to lean into that question of what are we actually building together.
Vincent Warren, Executive Director of the Center for Constitutional Rights. Thank you all so much. David, thank you.
So one more round of applause for Michelle and the panel. This was a great conversation. Thank you for your honesty and your comments, and thanks for participating. Thanks to all of you for being here. We have one closing keynote conversation this evening. The United States of America, a democratic nation in an open global society. Soledad O'Brien will be moderating the panel this evening at 7:30 with former Secretary of Defense William Cohen and Ambassadors Stuart Holliday and John Negroponte. Hope to see you this evening. Thank you.